of slush and you might fall on your ass. I go, no, when you take the next step, it's like kind of crunchy and poofy, but there's something yucky in the middle, and then it's all slushy on the bottom. unless it's a very old person. I don't have any idea who's there, but blow your shits in.
What do you got?
First, we just want to make the court aware that one of the state's witnesses, EPD Detective Korun, formerly was a CO at a jail where the defendant was incarcerated at, and he spoke to him almost daily over a 6-month period.
Okay.
And he can recognize his voice, and we're going to put him up as to that. We were planning on just keeping it general as him knowing him from his former employment, but if this defense objects to the recording being authenticated, we'll go into more details about how he knows him.
Mr. Crook?
Your Honor, I am definitely going to object to him being the authentication of the voice. There's a question of time, there's a question of duration, there's a
All
question
right,
of.
well, we'll get to it when we get to it. Okay, what else?
The second issue is the police officers were unable to reach the confidential informant, Thomas Sutton. Detective Korun knocked on the door of his Forest Drive residence, and the person who lived there says he no longer lived there. Not sure if he was formerly evicted or just kicked out. The number they have for him is disconnected. They attempted to call it last couple of days as well as in the past months. They also ran him through leads. His last court appearance was in November of 2023 in Willoughby Municipal Court, and he still gave the Forest Drive address as his current address. So we will be presenting evidence from all the officers who are with him when he's making the call and watch the video, but we will not be likely calling the confidential informant.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from you? Mr.
Motion to
Crook?
dismiss the trafficking charge based on the confrontation clause, Your Honor.
All right,
My client has a right to face his accusers. His accuser is not here. No one that will be testifying today was actually there when the alleged drug transaction took place. I don't know
Well,
how.
I don't know that until I hear the evidence, right? So it's denied at this point.
Also, Your Honor, I object to any statements or actions of the CI being brought in, specifically his statements and a recitation of what happened, anything regarding any statement that he made
All right,
whatsoever.
well, let's see what they try to offer, and then we'll go from there. We'll follow the rules of evidence.
And last but not least, Your Honor, just to protect the record, I'd like to renew my objection for the same reasons stated in the motion to suppress to the admission of the search, just for
Okay.
protection of the record.
All right, Mr. Hurd?
We are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
All right. And would you like me to start with opening, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
We would move to incorporate the indictment and sequestration of witnesses.
All right, that's granted.
Your Honor, most people buy Coke at a McDonald's, but on June 17, 2022, the defendant sold $100 worth of Coke at an East Lake McDonald's parking lot during a Lake County Narcotics Agency controlled buy. The state will be presenting evidence and testimony from Lake County Narcotics Agency Special Agent Chris Molita about what happened before the buy, during the buy, after the buy, and how the buy was caught in real time on video as well as with audio. It took place at McDonald's at 36141 Lakeshore Boulevard, East Lake, Ohio. Multiple police agencies were present and waiting on different potential routes that the defendant could take. The defendant sold cocaine and was given marked money in return. The serial numbers on the marked money were recorded. As the state already mentioned, you're not going to hear from the CI, but you're going to hear from all the other police officers who were involved. The deal was recorded, and it is almost a textbook hand-to-hand, which we will have stills of the defendant holding the bundle of cocaine, which is 0.95 grams, and of the CI, Tom Sutton, handing him the $100 in marked money. After the exchange goes down, you'll hear from the special agent that he met with Tom, immediately debriefed with him, and the drugs that were sold returned over immediately to him. Shortly thereafter, around 2 miles away, still on Lakeshore Boulevard, the defendant is pulled over. Multiple officers arrive immediately on scene, such as Detective Fawcett, Detective Korun, and as well as Sergeant Frank from the Eastlake Police Department. He's still in the same vehicle with his fiancee driving him around. It's a Toyota Avalon. He's still in possession of the same cell phone he used to set up the drug deal with the confidential informant. And after the vehicle is searched, they find 6.62 grams of suspected cocaine in the passenger door next to the defendant. The defendant at the scene says that anything you find in the car will be mine. On multiple occasions during the booking process, he says it again, trying to protect his fiance.
Objection.
Overruled.
And police officers, Detective Korun, counts the money that was seized from his person and verifies that it is the same marked money that was turned over to the CI to complete the buy. Accordingly, after you've seen all the physical evidence, heard and seen all the photos and videos, and heard all the testimony, the evidence will prove beyond reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of F4 possession of cocaine, as well as trafficking 0.95 grams of cocaine when he sold $100 to the confidential informant Tom on June 17, 2022. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Crook?
Your Honor, they don't have the confidential informant. Therefore, any actions that he took, anything that was out of the direct observation of any of the officers, any claims of what he did, what was transacted, any claims of where he got the crack cocaine, allegedly. There's issues with the testing as well that we'll bring up on cross-examination. But the bottom line is, Your Honor, we've got a case without an accuser. I've already made my pretrial, my motion dismissed at the inception of the case. I will renew that at Rule 21.
All right, thank you. Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Special Agent 91. Your Honor, can I move the lectern?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your
All right, have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your full name as well as your special agent number?
Special Agent 91 with the Lake County Narcotics Agency.
And what is your full name?
Christopher Molita,
Are you employed anywhere?
Lake County Narcotics Agency.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 7 years now.
And what is your position there?
My position is a narcotics investigator for the County of Lake for drug crimes.
Did you have to complete any training for your position?
Yes, the training I have completed was the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy at Akron Police Academy. Also various training through the Ohio Narco Association, Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, Ohio BCI, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and various others through Ohio Army National Guard narcotics investigation courses.
Are you employed anywhere else?
No, I'm not.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before?
I do. I gained my commission at the Springfield Township, Ohio Police Department.
How long did you work there?
Approximately 6 years.
Are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a certified police officer?
Should be approximately now 12 years.
And did you have to complete training to become a certified police officer as well?
Yes.
How long did that training take?
That was about approximately 6 months.
Have you completed any training as to controlled substances?
Yes.
Have you completed any training as to drug identification?
Yes.
What about packaging?
Yes.
What's the number of times you would estimate you've dealt with investigations involving cocaine?
Cocaine specifically would be approximation of about 100 controlled buys in my career.
And during your time at Lake County Narcotics Agency, as well as your prior law enforcement experience, have you read or heard communications about drug sales?
Yes.
Are you familiar with slang for
Yes.
drug sales? And generally, what is the role of a special agent at the Lake County Narcotics Agency?
Special agents here at Lake County Narcotics Agency, we facilitate drug investigations and also facilitate the controlled buys, or what we call buy walk or buy bust here in the county for illicit narcotic sales.
You said buy bus and a buy, what was the first?
Buy walk, sir.
Buy walk.
Yes.
What's a buy walk?
Buy walk would be an event that we create where we facilitate a controlled buy, and we allow it to go without an arrest, just for the case investigation.
And how's that different from a buy bus?
Buy bust is a pre-planned. Controlled buy bust would be, we would make the sale and then we would initiate an arrest following immediately after.
And is the person that is doing the sale usually a CI or yourself in a buy bus?
For the sale of the narcotic, it would be the person assumed to be trafficking in the drugs. For the purchaser, it would be the confidential informant or an agent undercover capacity.
Can you estimate the number of controlled buys you participated in?
Total of 500 approximately.
And what's the number of times you've utilized a confidential informant at the Lake County Narcotics Agency?
It would be, in my career here, approximation of about 80 controlled informants.
Why have you used a confidential informant for your investigation so many times?
Confidential informants and sources are closer to those that are trafficking in these illicit drugs and tend to have a better rapport with them rather than an undercover agent who just meets them or is introduced to them.
Is there any process you go through for with a confidential informant before they do a controlled buy?
Yes.
What do you do, if anything?
Walk through a controlled buy event, whether it be a buy walk or buy bust, is the communication is made with the individual who is trafficking that illicit narcotic. They agree to how much it's going to be, for how much, and they agree to a neutral area usually where they'll conduct this transaction. Once that's in place, the confidential informant will be given the money that has been agreed upon in marked bills from the agent, will be searched, and then will be given audio and video recording equipment.
Why do you search the informant?
It's just to ensure that they're not taking any weapons or anything illegal or illicit with them, and that they're taking only the audio video recording equipment and the money provided from the agent.
And what do you mean by marked bills?
We record the serial numbers of the bills that are actually used for the transaction.
How do you usually record that?
We'll take a picture of the bills that are going to be used for that transaction.
And is there any recording devices involved in this usually?
Yes.
Do you do anything with that before the control buy with the recording device?
Yes, we'll test to make sure that it's on and it's working, and then once it is, then we'll go ahead and give to the confidential informant.
Are you physically present with the confidential informant at all times during the buy?
Yes.
You are next to them as they're doing the control
Other
buy?
than the transaction, however, we are in the vicinity of that transaction.
So you're within the vicinity but not immediately next to them?
That's correct, yes.
And why is that?
For us to be as close to that transaction or that event could show suspicion of, compromising the transaction that was they agreed upon.
Can you monitor the informant still when they're alone or even out of your eyesight?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
The audio and video recording equipment is a live stream from the audio and video device that we do give the confidential informant.
So you can hear what's going on?
Yes, sir.
You can see what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Can you communicate directly with the informant?
I can communicate through a text message or a phone call on their regular phone, but as far as through the actual audio recording device, I cannot. However, we can hear them, yes.
Are you familiar with confidential informant 1365?
Yes, I am.
What's his full name?
Thomas Sutton.
How are you sure that's his full name?
Prior to the sign up of confidential informant, we run a background on who they are and verify who they are in their identifiers.
When did you first meet Tom?
The first time I had met Tom was during a complaint received from the East Lake Police Department about activity at his residence.
Is this months ago, years ago?
At this time, it would be approximately in the vicinity of 2022.
Approximately how old was he when you first met with him?
I do not know.
50s, 60s, 70s?
Could possibly be in the late 50s.
And you said that you were involved in an investigation involving him. Was he facing any potential criminal charges?
East Lake Police Department had, I believe, a felony possession.
Do you know what type of drug he was felony possession of?
I believe it was crack cocaine.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you approach him about cooperating with the Lake County Narcotics Agency?
Yes, I did.
Was he willing to cooperate with the Lake County Narcotics Agency?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you come to any formal written agreement with him?
The only paperwork we conducted was the confidential informant agreement paperwork of the procedures and policies of how we operate. And he did sign it, he did agree.
Objection.
Overruled.
Did he receive any benefit from cooperating with Lake County Narcotics Agency?
No monetary compensation, however, the benefit was that if he would make this purchase or this controlled buy, that it'd be a positive recommendation towards charges, any charges that he had incurred by the East Lake Police Department.
And by positive recommendation, you mean essentially that you'd recommend not pursuing the charges against him?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Turning to June 17, 2022, on that date, did you contact Tom?
Yes, I did.
How did you contact him?
We had planned to meet up via telephone call, and I had picked Tom up for this event.
Approximately where did you pick him up at?
His residence.
What did you do after you picked him up?
Transported him to the East Lake Police Department for the pre-buy brief.
And approximately what time did you pick him up?
The time frame was around noon on that day, approximately.
And after you picked him up, did you do anything to prepare him for a controlled buy?
Yes, we had made the telephone call, and we had went through our confidential informant procedures for the controlled buy.
And what procedures are those?
Once we had made the phone call, we had.
Objection. Who we made. Your
Go
Honor,
ahead, make that more clear.
Myself and the CI 1365, sir.
Continuing objection, Your Honor. Who actually made the phone call?
For what?
Who made the phone call? There's one
Listen, I
person-
want to know your objection, okay? I don't want to argue with you, okay?
Your Honor,
State specifically your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. My objection is hearsay because if the phone call was conducted where the CI said thing, anything the CI said would be inadmissible.
For what purposes? For the truth of the matter asserted or everything?
For the truth of the matter asserted
Okay,
that he
well,
made a
the
call.
objection's overruled. Go ahead.
You mentioned that you did procedures or followed your procedures for the controlled buy.
Yes.
Specifically, what was that?
The confidential informant made a phone call, the phone number of the individual who
Objection.
Overruled.
they were going to meet for this controlled buy. Once they had made the telephone call, the procedure was a search. The phone call was recorded. This confidential informant was searched, and the confidential informant was provided a audio-video recording equipment by myself.
And what was that recording device?
The recording device was a cellular phone that had the ability to audio and video record live.
And what number did Tom call?
Objection.
Overruled.
I believe the phone number was 440-241-3338.
Sorry, Defense Counsel, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A.
What's the exhibit?
State's Exhibit 1A. I'm now showing you it. You recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I have my initials on it, and it's the audio files for this case.
Have you listened to it?
Yes, I have.
Is that a fair and accurate recording of the phone call made by Tom to 440-241-3338?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
And can you recognize who's the first voice you hear on that recording?
The beginning of the recording, the heading, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it would be me.
And can you recognize the voice of the person that made the call?
That made the call, yes.
And this call was made on speaker in front of you?
That is correct.
And did a male or female sounding voice answer the call?
Male voice.
Now take it back. It's Exhibit 1A. After the phone call, what did you do next?
After the phone call was made, is when we briefed that, that this time and this location was going to be the prearranged meeting location for this transaction. He was searched and given the audio-video recording equipment.
Was he given anything else?
$100 in marked LCNA recorded funds.
I'm showing defense counsel State's Exhibit 3. Now handing it to you. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 3?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the photocopy of the LCNA recorded funds given to the CI.
And is your handwriting on it?
Yes, it is.
Your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the $100 worth of marked money that you gave to Tom to purchase?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the denominations that make up the $100?
The denominations given to the CI, and in this photograph is denominations of $20.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
What's that?
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Mr. Crook?
No objection as to admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, 3 is admitted.
Could you please pull out the document contained in the evidence package?
Yes.
What is the serial number of the first marked $20 bill, the one closest to the top of State's Exhibit 3?
PG 254-90873 A, be a $20 bill.
What about the second one?
To the right,
Uh,
top right, or down.
Just let us know which one you are reading.
Okay, immediately to the bottom of the top left would be another $20 in U.S. currency with serial number PG 560-36713C. The second column, top right, another $20 bill in U.S. currency, MF 93442496D. Underneath that would be another $20 bill, NG 07330953B. And the last $20 note would be ND 69654355B.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take that back from you.
There we go.
Thank you. And why do you record the serial numbers of the marked money?
We recorded for both buy walks and buy bust operations. This is for any time a search warrant or a buy bust that's immediately following a controlled buy that shows that these bills were actually transacted with the individual who made the deal with the confidential informant.
When Tom went to call that phone number, 440-241-3338, who did he believe he was calling? What was their name?
Objection.
Sustained.
He believed he was calling.
Sustained.
You
Sustained.
don't have to answer that question. What happened after Tom made the call?
They had agreed to meet at the.
Objection.
Sustained.
What'd you do after Tom made the call?
We went to the location of where we were going to drop him off for this meeting, this arrangement.
Why did you do that?
They had arranged for
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you observe the meeting location?
Yes,
What's the address of the meeting location where they were meeting at?
36141, I believe, Lakeshore Boulevard in Eastlake, Lake County, Ohio, McDonald's.
Could you see what Tom was doing even after you left him?
Yes.
How could you see what was happening?
The audio video recording equipment that I provided the CI was live streaming to my.
And what did you see Tom do after he went out of your sight?
He was awaiting the arrival of the individual he had spoken with.
Did he walk anywhere?
He walked to the McDonald's parking lot, yes.
Where did he go in the McDonald's parking lot?
The CI was on the west end of the parking lot of that address.
And had he walked anywhere else prior to the McDonald's?
He had entered his residence.
Why did he go there?
He said it was, according to the CI, he had told me that that was his usual dealings, that he would wait at his residence prior to meeting up.
Approximately how long did he wait at his house before walking to the McDonald's?
Approximation of 10 minutes.
And around what time did he walk over to the McDonald's?
Approximately 12:40 time frame.
And you said he went to the parking lot of the McDonald's. Was he standing in the parking lot? What was he doing?
Per the video, he was waiting on a park bench right there in the parking lot.
Where were you in relation to Tom as you're watching this video?
Approximately like northwest of that, the west side of the parking lot that the CI was waiting on.
Where were you at specifically, your location?
I would say the closest approximation would be Forest Drive in Portage.
How many feet would you estimate you were away?
Approximately 150 feet.
Did you enlist the help of any other police agencies?
Yes.
What police agencies?
Willoughby K-9, Officer Matthew Neath, Eastlake Police Department, and then ours as well, Lake County Narcotics Agency.
How did they assist you with the investigation at this point?
Lake County Narcotics Agency and Detective Chris Korun were our surveillance units around that meeting location, and a couple of the marked police vehicles, Eastlake PD and the Willoughby K-9, Officer Matthew Neath, were instructed to be in that close vicinity or area for a traffic stop.
And was there any predetermined place for a traffic stop to occur at?
We said immediately following, during the brief, it was immediately following the controlled buy, but away from the actual buy location.
I'm showing defense counsel to mark the state's exhibits 2A through C. Now handing them to you.
What exhibit is that?
2A through C, Your Honor. You could look through those and look up at me once you have. Do you recognize the areas depicted in states 2A through C?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's states 2A through C photos of?
This is the area of East Lake here in Lake County, Ohio, and specifically the red balloon or the red place marker would be the 36141 Lakeshore Boulevard, McDonald's.
After working in Lake County for over a decade, would you say you're familiar with the geographic area of the city of East Lake?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the geographic area of the East Lake McDonald's located at 36141 Lakeshore Boulevard?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do these aerial maps that you're looking at, states 2A through C, fairly and accurately reflect the geographic area of the 36141 Lakeshore Boulevard McDonald's?
Yes, sir, it does.
State would move to admit states 2A through C.
Any objection to 2A through C?
No objection to those, Your Honor.
Right, they're admitted.
Thank you. And if I could please have the screen and move to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
No objection to publication either, Your Honor.
I now put up States Exhibit 2A, gonna make it bigger. What are we looking at here?
This would be the zoomed out aerial photo of the East Lake area. The red place marker marking the McDonald's 36141 Lakeshore Boulevard.
And what's that meandering yellow line we see to the east of that red balloon next to McDonald's?
That, per this map, is representing Lakeshore Boulevard.
Is there any difference between the exhibit you're holding and what you see up on the screen besides there being an exhibit sticker?
No, sir.
They're identical otherwise?
That's correct.
Which direction is north in this map?
North should be, the way that it's oriented, it should be facing the top of the photo.
And is that McDonald's, what county is that located in?
Lake County, Ohio.
Now, I'm gonna put up states 2B. What's this a map of?
This is just a little bit more zoomed in of the last one that was put up.
Does that red balloon still indicate the same McDonald's you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir, it does.
And this yellow line to the east of the red balloon, is that still Lakeshore Boulevard?
Yes.
States now going to put up States Exhibit 2C. This is just a closer up, zoomed in map of what we were looking at previously in 2A and 2B.
Yes.
What is this green area with 35150, the numbers near the center of it?
It's just an unoccupied field next to the McDonald's.
And these horizontal and vertical white lines throughout this parking lot?
Yes, that would be the parking spots for that specific McDonald's.
Can you see in this map where the defendant walked to?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, not the defendant, the confidential informant, Tom. walked to.
Confidential informant, yes.
Is there a laser pointer or something I can give him?
Laser doesn't work on this screen.
Okay, that's okay. Could you describe where, could you circle on the photograph where, sure, where you saw the
Oh, there we go.
CI, oh, there we go, sir.
This general vicinity, I would say would be the west end of the parking lot, would be where the confidential informant walked to after the drop and the call.
Did he sit at a picnic table?
He was sitting at a picnic table bench, yes.
And can you indicate on the map where he was sitting at?
It would be in this general vicinity. I don't see a picnic table here now in this photograph, but in the video there was.
What did you see happen next, if anything, after the defendant walked there?
The confidential informant, once,
Excuse me, the confidential informant,
once the confidential informant had occupied that bench area or the vicinity of that of the parking lot, he waited for the defendant to show up and let us know that they had arrived.
Did you see any vehicle arrive?
In the video, it was a beige Toyota.
Do Do you know the model of the Toyota?
At that time, I did not.
And what did Tom do once that vehicle arrived?
He approached the passenger, front passenger side of that vehicle.
Could you see how many occupants were in the vehicle?
At that time, it only looked as if 2 were occupying.
What did he do, if anything, after approaching the vehicle?
He had exchanged the LCNA recorded funds for a product presumed to be the reported quantity of suspected crack cocaine from the passenger.
The front passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was the door opened up or through the window?
It was through the window.
Could you see what the male front passenger was wearing as far as clothing?
What I could view from the video was a black T-shirt and red shorts.
And you're watching this all live, hearing the audio live.
That is correct.
Around what time did this exchange occur?
This exchange occurred approximately 12:42, 12:43.
What did Tom do next after?
Immediately after the transaction was made, he left the area and met with me at a predetermined location.
Where did he meet you at? Specifically?
He met me at the Forest and Portage area.
What did he do when he met with you?
As soon as he got into the vehicle, he immediately handed me the reported quantity of suspected crack cocaine.
Did you search him again afterwards?
Yes, I did, and I removed the audio and video recording equipment.
What did you do with the suspected drugs he gave you?
Entered it into an evidence.
And how do you enter it into evidence?
I place it in an evidence bag until we get back to the office to put it into storage.
Do you initial and seal it?
Yes.
In your training experience, was the amount he gave you consistent with $100 worth of cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Why do you search a confidential informant before and after a controlled buy?
Prior to is just to make sure that they have the $100 that, or specifically the funds for the event with them, and they're not carrying any weapons or any other contraband on them prior to. Afterwards is to make sure that they don't have anything more with them and or any weapons may be obtained from a transaction.
Did you find anything of concern like weapons or contraband in your search of them before?
No, sir, I did not.
In your search of them after?
No, I did not.
Now showing defense counsel, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. I'm handing it to you. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the crack cocaine from the transaction that we're discussing.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it just from the receipt that he'd received it in. And then that the substance is crack cocaine.
And is that the evidence bag you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Did you label that evidence bag?
Yes, I did.
Was the evidence contained in that bag eventually submitted to the Lake County Crime Lab?
Yes, it was.
Does that fairly and accurately reflect the cocaine Tom purchased on June 17, 2022 and then handed over to you?
Yes, sir, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection to 4?
Not to admission, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Taking it back. After the controlled buy, did you do anything to memorialize the audio and video that you watched?
Once the audio and video recording equipment was turned off, it was saved.
How did you save it?
It saves automatically as a download,
Where does it save to?
I believe, to a cloud.
And did you later put it onto a disc?
Yes.
Did you listen to the disc?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 1B. video files by? No, I'm giving it to you. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on it, and it's labeled as the video files for this case.
And what's contained in that disk?
This disc should have the video files for the controlled buy.
Did you review the entirety of the video and listen to the entirety of the audio contained in that disk?
Yes, sir, I have.
Does that fairly and accurately reflect what you simultaneously saw and heard when monitoring the control buy?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 1B.
You object to 1B?
I do, Your Honor, lack of foundation. In fact, he testified, well, this should have, we haven't seen it, we don't know, he hasn't looked at what's on it.
He testified, he looked at it and listened to it, and it's the buy that he witnessed. He said that, didn't he?
No, he actually said this should be.
Then he was asked if he reviewed it, and if that is the buy that he witnessed and listened to, and he said yes. So it's overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
Thank you. I have now moved to publish it as well, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm now going to start State's Exhibit 1B from the beginning. Let it play for approximately 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Today's date is Friday, June 17th, 2022. Time now is 12:26 hours. Following is going to be a controlled buy.
I paused it at 10 seconds. Whose voice are we hearing?
That is my voice, sir.
Resuming it.
McDonald's in East Lake County, Ohio, for $100 of crack cocaine. CI 1365 and SA 91.
All right, ready to go? Everyone's good to go?
Jack 4.
Jack 4. Why good?
You talking again?
It is, sir, yes.
And who are you explaining or speaking to?
To CI 1365,
And what's his name?
Thomas Sutton.
Thank you. I'm now resuming State's.
So just hold like this, okay? And as you're holding it like this, we're gonna see and hear everything. So don't be afraid to just talk to us, okay? Like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of stay in the area, and we could use that as contingency, like, look, we don't find anything, and, you know, good traffic, but we got a possession officer, just keep it as a possession. And then I'll come back here and talk to them, what you get drugs, what you do before that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Yeah, round car? All right. LCNA 91, tag 4 radio check. So what I'm going to do is they'll call me and I'll walk, at that point I'll walk over to McDonald's, from my house, just so you guys know. So just keep my phone in my pocket and carry this one in my hand, right?
see that? I can see, hear everything.
Scary. It's all scary now.
Even if he takes it, he won't be able to get into it. Don't worry.
You're not gonna take it.
Just be like a fucking.
He's gonna handle the dope, he's gonna go, and I'm gonna be good, and whatever happens after that, just hope it doesn't come back to me, but I need to take care of me first.
Business as usual, don't worry. That's part of my job, is to make sure you're safe, trust me.
Right? I just don't want him to see a roller. He sees a roller, he's not coming. I wouldn't even let him see him walk.
I'm pausing at 325. Do you know what a roller means?
Yeah, he's talking about the marked police cruisers. That's why they weren't in the area.
Thank you.
Objection as to what the client intended, or what the CI intended, he's not here to
The,
testify, Your Honor.
The issue is do you know what the term roller means?
Your Honor, the question was, do you know what he meant?
Listen, the question is of the witness, do you know what the term roller is? What is the term roller?
A roller would be a marked police cruiser.
Okay, that's in your vernacular?
That is correct.
Okay, that's the only thing it's considered for, not what the CI
Thank you.
considers it to be.
I'm resuming the video at 325.
Because
91, 10, 4, radio check. Alright, just quick heads up, CI is going to be dropped near his residence. He waits for the call, and then he starts to walk over. I'll give you guys a push once he's dropped, and once he gets the call to walk over.
you might want to go like the other street, so I'm coming in a different way with you guys.
This way, totally check out as well. I have a radio also with me. So if they call out, stop on the main man, we would run and get noisy, I'll give you a relay what's going on until gotcha. Copy that. So you need to be very vocal about, okay, he's having me go to, speak out loud. Okay. He's gonna have me go to.
Okay, I'm walking over now. Okay, I'm walking up to his car, and then I ain't gonna say crap after that. Okay, I'm walking away.
Try to give me though, like, okay, he said not to give McDonald's, he said Dollar Tree.
Right, that's fine, I got you. All right.
Say that shit up. And then, yeah, you can mumble to yourself, you know, in this kind of car, you know, whatever, that'll help tremendously.
It's not gonna be hard, it's gonna be the only one I got is McDonald's, trust me. So. So the last 6 months, I've had this, I don't know if it's because I smoke crack and I'm paranoid, but every time I pull out, there's a Jeep behind me. I swear to God, not this Jeep, but just the Jeep in general, white Jeep or black Jeep, yeah. And it just turns out that you're in a Jeep, it's just kind of weird.
Hey, whatever you think in your mind,
This guy telling me to quit doing what I was doing. I ended up in this Jeep, and I ended up in the fucking Jeep.
it's fine. You should Grand Cherokee. You may or may not start.
Yeah, then you pull past it, and then I walk back to my place. Then pull in the bar anywhere like that, because I'm sure there's probably 10 people in that bar that fucking bite shit too.
Alright, we are dropping CI off now at the residence. Portage in Forest. Again, he's gonna be wearing black shirt. Camo shorts. He's gonna have earbuds in, he's got like a Punisher-like t-shirt. You're gonna go to, alright, if I come to pick you up, I'll pick you up around here.
Okay.
Okay?
Alright.
I'm positing states exhibit 1B at 6:40. What did you see Tom do after this point in the video?
Once I dropped the CI off, he walked towards his residence.
Did he then go into his residence?
Yes.
Approximately how long was he at his residence?
I'd say approximation, 10 minutes.
Can you summarize what you saw him do, if anything, while he was waiting at his residence for 10 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor. The video speaks for itself. It's already been admitted, and the best evidence rule would be show the video, not his recollection or summary.
Overruled.
The CI, once entered his residence, was just waiting for a phone call.
And you said it took approximately 10 minutes later?
I would say yes.
I'm now going to go to 1341 in this video. 1340. I'm gonna press play.
He's calling me. Jay. I'm Colorado. I'm gonna keep that to brown. I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna take a picture. So he's pulling in right now. Sorry about that. This is him. Toyota. Oh, thanks. It's in a piece of paper, looks like a piece of newspaper. And then over to the spot I was supposed to pick it up. Tiana's Toyota going up for us. These are passes without the driver. Okay, I'm getting ready to turn that portage. Turning that portage. On my way to my house. Please, sir, I'm gonna get you to sit and get in my house and I'm fucking nervous. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm a bit nervous, for real.
Did he have anything else on him, or you already had it?
He already had packed stuff, so.
Already had it packaged up?
We don't normally do that anyway. He's got girls driving, he's a passenger.
Girl driver, female driver, he's passenger.
Girls black. There you go. I see what I got from her? Yeah, just kidding. No, you can't. I usually ask.
One of the railroads going up to 91 here in the fall, man. No rush to
he's far away.
91, so we've got left on.
We just playing the video of State's Exhibit 1B from around 1340 till the end of the video. Near the end, he got into someone else's vehicle. Whose vehicle was that?
Yeah, it was my vehicle.
And the voice we heard, was that your voice?
That was my voice, yes, sir.
Now in show and defense counsel was previously been marked as State's Exhibits 5A through C.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, and I can list my objection now, or I can wait till he testifies. I guess for the sake of expediency, there's no way that he could know what happened or have seen it that fast. We're talking about very specific still shots that there's no way that he could have observed in real time watching it remotely to catch it that fast. And my previous objection that's been going on with regards to any use of information produced by the CI.
All right, overruled, go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5A through C. I'm taking back 1B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Just look up at me. And you do. How do you recognize those?
These are the still photos from the controlled by.
When you review control by footage, is it possible to view it frame by frame?
Yes.
And when you look at it frame by frame, can you capture something you might miss live?
Yes.
Did you review this footage later, not only just live at the time?
Yes, I did.
What does State's Exhibit 5A show generally?
5A shows the vehicle that showed up for this transaction.
How about 5B?
5B is a still shot of inside of the vehicle showing the passenger.
And how about 5C?
5C is the still shot from that live feed of confidential informant's hand, recorded LCNA funds, and what looks like the reported quantity of suspected crack cocaine from the individual in the passenger seat.
Do State's Exhibits 5A through C fairly and accurately reflect the content of the buy video that's already been admitted into evidence, State's Exhibit 1B?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit into evidence State's Exhibits 5A through C.
They're admitted over the defense objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We've moved to publish 5A.
Go ahead.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 5A. What's this a photo of?
That is the photo of the beige Toyota that showed up for the transaction.
And can you tell what model of vehicle it is?
In this picture, no, just that the make is a Toyota.
And is this the front portion of the vehicle?
Yes.
And if we look at State's Exhibit 2C, can you recognize where in the parking lot this vehicle would have been parked?
It would have been in the vicinity of the west end of the parking lot.
Near this end, the northwest corner, near the Forest Drive?
This area here.
Oh, my apologies, you have a pointer. We're now going to look at State's Exhibit 5B. Can you describe what we see here?
A passenger black male with red shorts and a black shirt that conducted the transaction.
Do you see anything on his lap?
It's a cell phone.
Do you notice anything distinctive about his arms?
The individual has tattoos.
And where is the man you just described seated?
The front passenger, sir.
And is there anyone else in the vehicle?
The driver, the unidentified female driver.
Could you tell whether or not this was a male or female driver?
At that time, no.
Did Tom tell you?
Yes. Through the wire, he did, yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I'm going to put State's Exhibit 5C up. What's this still of?
The confidential informant's hand with LCNA recorded funds and the front passenger with purported quantity of suspected crack cocaine.
Objection, Your Honor. That's the depiction.
Overruled.
And who is holding the money in this picture 5C?
Be CI 1365.
Are those the marked funds that you
Yes.
gave him? Now going to take down 5C. Did you have any further involvement in this investigation on that date?
Other than the debrief of the CI, an interview of the female driver and Mr. Nix was all.
Were you involved in any traffic stops that date?
I was not.
You said you interviewed the female driver.
Yes.
What was her name?
Shanika Bondi.
And how did you know that was her name?
That's who she identified herself as.
Around how much time after the control buy occurred did you interview the defendant?
It should have approximation an hour after.
Did you positively identify him as anyone?
The passenger.
No, the driver.
The driver as Shanika Bondi, yes.
And what about the passenger?
Was Andrew Nixer.
How did you identify him as Andrew Nix?
He was identified through an OLEG, Ohio Law Enforcement Gateway photo, and then the identification they had provided from the traffic stop.
Was your interview of the defendant recorded?
It was recorded.
Who recorded it?
The East Lake Jail.
Were they able to obtain that recording?
They were not. There was a technical difficulty.
So you don't have a copy of that recorded interview?
I do not know.
Are you aware specifically why?
I am not aware, no.
What was the defendant wearing when you interviewed him at the East Lake Jail?
Black T-shirt and red shorts.
And was this was on the very same day as the controlled buy?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did the defendant say what his relationship was to the other person in the car?
He said the driver, the female driver, Miss Bondi, was his fiance.
And what was she wearing when you interviewed her?
I cannot recall completely what she was wearing. I believe jean shorts. That's all I can recall at this time.
During your interview with the defendant, did you ask him about the controlled buy?
Yes, I did.
Did he make any admissions or deny?
He denied that he was present for the transaction.
Did you ask the defendant about any other drugs?
The drugs that came into question, he did say that were his, that were in his possession, and it was not his fiance's, and that he wanted us to let his fiance go, referring to Shanika Mondi.
Those are the drugs found in the car that he was in.
That is correct.
Did he say whether they were near him or not?
He did not.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today who said that the drugs that were found were his?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jail suit.
Let the record reflect that the Special Agent 91 has identified the defendant.
It shall.
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take about a 5-minute break.
this monitoring device.
Okay.
You said it transmits. What's the range on that?
I do not know the range, sir.
Okay. Second question is how big was the screen you were viewing it on?
The screen is just it's another cell phone.
Okay, so you're viewing it on approximate a 4x2 screen, 4 inches.
We can
by 4
approximate
inches?
that, yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that it's really hard to pick up, with the fast-moving video and a shaky video, it's hard to pick up details on a 4x2 screen, correct?
Really dependent.
Okay, well, let's talk about this one in particular. All right, so starting with Tom Sutton. You came on to Tom Sutton because of a search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
And that was at a house on Forest Drive, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you were aware, actually, I'll back up. Were you involved in the Eastlake investigation where they were looking for specific incidences of trafficking along Lakeshore Boulevard?
Could you be more specific, sir?
Okay. Were you in contact prior to this date with Detective Korun from the Eastlake Police Department?
Prior to this event that we're here for?
Prior to the events of the 24th,
yes, sir. Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And you were aware then that they were looking for a Honda van, gold/silver, was one of the vehicles that was identified, or no?
I don't recall.
Okay. You had no information regarding a beige Toyota Avalon prior to this date, though, did you?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. You did not provide the number to call on the control call that you testified to. You didn't provide that number, did you? You did not provide the phone number to the CI?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You recall the CI in the video? Well, I'll back up. You testified that you had offered, that the paperwork that you had provided to the CI, you had offered positive recommendations with regard to pending felony charges that had not yet been brought through grand jury, correct?
As a blanket, that's most confidential informants were all signed this agreement with us for positive recommendations. In this case specifically, Eastlake PD held the charges for Mr. Sutton.
Okay. To be clear, those charges they'd not been presented to a court yet at this time. He'd been busted very recently, yes?
That would be something to ask Detective Korun, sir.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, Lake County Narcotics did not provide any information to the CI in order to set up this alleged buy bust, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's start with this. You testified that you search a CI beforehand and you make sure the only thing on their person is their personal cell phone so you can call them, correct?
Yes.
The cell phone with the built-in recording equipment that you guys provide.
Yes.
And 3, the marked funds, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the start of the video, and I'll go to it, but it's 1B, the controlled buy video that the state has admitted. That is your voice at the start of the recording. Where is that taking place? Is that at the Eastlake Police Department?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So he had already been searched and he'd already been searched prior to that, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you gave him, you see in the video, you hand someone the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor stopped the video at 6:40. So I'm gonna go back to that, but I'm gonna ask you some questions beforehand. And I believe theirs is mine's showing 11:44 on the timer, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. So you drop them off at time on 1B of 6 minutes and 40 seconds, correct?
If that's what it displays.
Okay, so when you drop him off, he actually walks into his residence, does he not?
Yes.
Okay. You do not maintain your vehicle outside his residence when he walks in the residence, correct?
No, I don't maintain it.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to A, B, and C. I'm going to start with 2B, actually. Okay. I'm going to put that on the full screen there. And you have a photographic version of that, or a reproduction of that in front of you, correct?
I do not, no.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor. All right, I'm handing you what this figured out in March 2A through C. I'd ask you to pull out 2B. Okay. So, for point of reference, the McDonald's is on the left-hand side in that picture of Lakeshore Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Forest Drive runs from basically middle bottom till upper left-hand corner of that photo. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. Portage Drive runs at a right angle from Forest Drive, going from lower left to upper right, correct?
Portage?
Portage, yes.
Yes.
Okay, it's a T intersection, yes?
Yes.
Okay. The residence he left from was on Portage Drive, correct?
Should be on Forest Drive, sir.
The residence is on Forest Drive?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's start with this. Where on that photo did you retreat to, or remove yourself to, however, whatever phrase you want to go, to make sure that you weren't observed while the alleged buy bust was attempted?
If you'd like, I show you here.
That'd be great.
It would be in, let me make sure that I got this right. If that is Portage, let's see, this would be the drop, and I would stay in this vicinity. I can't give you a specific location, but it was in this vicinity of where I kind of controlled mine.
That was my next question. Were you in your vehicle, or were you
In my vehicle, sir. Yes.
You were in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So my next question is, do you see the little measuring stick at the bottom right-hand corner of that photo?
I do.
So that signifies that one of that unit of increment, 200 feet, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a piece of graph paper.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to lay that over the map, put an A on a grid line where you were, and a B on a grid line to where you believe the CI was sitting in the McDonald's.
did you say for the CI?
It's A is where you were, B is where the CI is.
Now, this is an approximation, again. Because I was in the vicinity and being mobile, I can move.
Understood. If you could then compare the distance between A and B on that grid paper to the 200-foot increment.
Approximately 200 feet compared to the photograph here.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you 5, actually not 5C, I'm going to show you 2C. All right, would you agree with me that this is a close-up of the McDonald's parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Overhead view, okay. And you're familiar with that McDonald's?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you identified, if my memory serves correct, that you placed the CI approximately by the white car, correct? At least in this photo.
No.
There's a, no. You put them.
Which white vehicle, sir?
All right, so starting from the bottom left, at least from what I saw when you were using the pointer, if I'm wrong, please correct me. You place the CI approximately in the location. There's an empty space in the first space to the left, and then there's a white vehicle of some sort in the second space to the left. Obviously, this wasn't that day, but is that, where do you place it? Right about there?
No.
Okay. South or north, or to the left or to the right of there?
It would be to the, where he was dropped would be,
No, where he allegedly met my client.
in this vicinity here, yes, sir.
Okay, so
But I did not drop him there, no.
No, understood. You dropped him at his residence.
In the vicinity of his residence, yes.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about what you're able to see on that video now. Pulling up 1B again, Your Honor.
What time are you starting at?
The place where the prosecutor stopped it at 6:40, Your Honor, was the drop-off. My computer's acting a little slow, so I'm trying to find that. Okay, perfect. You were able to observe over the monitor the CI go into his residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There were no other personnel from law enforcement in that residence with him from the time he walked in to the time he walked over, correct?
Correct.
And you have no knowledge as to what, if anything, may or may not have been in that residence, correct?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to start here, Your Honor, and let it roll for 7 minutes. I'm going to actually pause it right here. He's placed the phone down at this point, correct? Camera
Seems
down.
as if, yes.
Yes. So you can't see anything that he's doing right now, can you?
I cannot, no.
So if there was crack cocaine in the house, he could have palmed it and put it in his pocket and you would not have known, correct?
Could be a possibility.
Okay. You would also agree with me that in order, I'm going to strike that and rephrase that question, Your Honor, my apologies. In order to receive a positive recommendation, a CI that is working with Lake County Narcotics and or other local police agencies have to successfully complete drug transactions in order to get credit and a positive recommendation, correct?
Yes, or proffer or information leading to.
Right. But if they don't, if they're not able to complete a buy, they don't get any credit, do they?
No, but they have as many opportunities as they present.
Okay. So it benefits them to be able to do at least a buy and certainly to be able to do as many buys as possible, yes?
In this specific case, it was this buy.
And this was the only buy he was able to accomplish?
On this date, yes.
Okay, but when someone is working with you, the more buys they do, the more credit they get, yes? Or the better the recommendation is, I guess I'll say it that way.
Depending on the charge, sir.
Oh, I'm not, and let me be clear, I'm not talking about a level of reduction, and I'm not talking about a X for Y calculation. What I'm saying is, the more work they do for you as far as completed buys, the more positive the recommendation would be in general.
It could be, and that's depending on the prosecution when discussed. If that charge is sent over, yes. Or in this case, East Lake Police Department was holding the charge. This was dependent on their decision of how much work he did.
Understood. But if you don't do the work, you don't get the benefit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so right now I paused it. This counter shows 1255, Your Honor. And this is the copy of States 1B that I was provided. Let this play. I'm sorry, Your Honor, 1255 was what was remaining. Do you hear a voice in the background there?
Yes.
Do you know whose voice that is?
It's a TV.
How do you know it's a TV?
Sounds like a TV to me, sir.
Sounds like a TV to you, but you can't say whose voice that is.
No, I can't, no.
He could have put your recording device down. He still had his cell phone, or he could have used another phone in the residence and called somebody else, correct?
He could have.
I wish this guy would call, get this shit over with, I'll be honest with you.
Okay. The muffled whatever voice in the background. The reason it's muffled is his phone is put down and wherever that noise is coming from is further away from the recording device, correct?
I would assume so. I
Because
can't.
when he picks it up to tell you, I wish this guy would call, he's crystal clear, right?
Yes.
Got another question for you. You heard very staccato, dry coughing in the background there, right?
Yes.
Okay. When people smoke crack cocaine, it's a caustic substance, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Generally, when you take a hit, people tend to cough afterwards, from your experience as a years-long narcotics agent?
Cigarettes, crack cocaine, anything that's flammable, I guess. I'm not a doctor, though, sir.
Okay. You observe people smoking crack cocaine cough afterwards, right?
Personally, I've never observed somebody actually actively smoking crack cocaine.
Okay. But just to be clear, with that down and no one there, he could have been smoking crack cocaine while he was in his house, couldn't he?
It could be a possibility, yes.
No, I would rather wait. I normally don't call him again. I don't want to change anything up, if that's okay. How long has it been since we called?
And I apologize, Your Honor, but I think it's important to let this roll until he exits the house again.
Yeah, how long has it been since we called? Oh, he should be here soon. He should be here soon.
We should have about an hour, or not an hour, excuse me, a minute and 40 seconds left, Your Honor. While we're watching the blank screen, I will ask you, would you agree with me that the vast majority of the time that he is in his house, you can't see anything?
There are things you can see though, sir, so yes and no.
Okay. There have been several patches of black screen where the phone's been turned down, where the camera cannot pick up anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, while we're watching this, the only thing you can observe is the direction the camera is pointed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
He's calling me.
Okay. I've got that marked at 13:45. That's when things start to happen again, correct?
I believe so, if that's what it's reflecting.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward here. When he gets to the bench, picnic table. I went too far.
He's calling me. Dre. I'm coming.
Did you hear the name that he addressed the gentleman as?
Yes.
What was that name?
Dre.
It's not my client.
That is not no.
Okay. Can you see the time in the bottom left-hand corner?
From here, I can't make it out, sir.
Your Honor, for the record, I've stopped this at 14:07. If I'd ask the record reflect. So I'm going to let it play. We'll see how long it takes you to walk over there. Which street is he exiting onto right now?
I believe that should be Forest Drive. I'm not 100% sure.
Now, he was in your line of sight the whole time?
No, not the whole time. I would look out my window and watch the video simultaneously.
Okay. Okay. Would you agree with me that this is when he reaches the edge of the McDonald's parking lot?
It looks as if.
Okay. And I'd ask the record to reflect, Your Honor, that 15:09 is the time here. Again, just to be clear, phone set down again, correct? That's the very close-up of the warped wood of the picnic table. Would you agree with that?
I can't agree that he set it down. I don't know if it's still in his hand and he's just bracing himself to sit, or if he actually set it down, sir.
Okay. But the only thing you can see there is something very fuzzy, correct?
Which happens often, yes.
Okay.
With the picnic table. No, he says he's still.
Okay. Sorry. Not quite where I wanted to.
Right now.
All right. Do you see where my pointer is right there?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that is more or less the turn for the drive-through?
Looks like it is the drive-through, sir.
Okay, good. I'm going to quickly pull up 2C again. So that turn we were seeing for the drive-through, that's right about there, correct?
I have the exhibit here. It looks as if, yes.
Would you agree with me he was basically sitting directly across from the drive-through?
In that vicinity, yes.
Okay. So if we go directly across from the drive-through, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 spots up from the...
It's really
left
dependent
side.
on the angle.
Right. Do you recall seeing a tree in that photo as well? In the video we were watching, there's a tree that...
I saw multiple trees. I can't say that's that one specifically, sir.
Okay.
Sorry about that. This is him. Toyota. Oh, thanks.
So, to be clear, when you were watching it that day, you don't know what was in his hand other than something small and white, correct?
That's what was exchanged with him, yes.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you can't tell what's in his hand, even in that still photo, other than something small and white, correct?
Yes?
Here, I'll make it easy. We'll pull up 5C. From that view, you can't tell what that is, correct?
From this view, no, I cannot tell.
Okay. And from what you saw that day on the moving video, on a 2x4 screen, you certainly couldn't tell what that was, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, there was no testing of the receipt it was kept in for DNA, correct?
I cannot testify to that, I don't know.
So you're unaware of any?
Correct.
And you'd be unaware of any testing to determine whether or not the alleged crack cocaine that was found after the search of the vehicle my client was present in is of the same chemical composition at all as the amount that your CI turned over to you, correct?
Again, the only thing I can testify to is what my CI turned over to me. I can't testify to any kind of testing of that product.
Understood. And from that photo right there, you see a pair of jean shorts, correct?
I can, yes.
Okay. You can't tell if that's a male or female driving?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, and to being honest, you can't, this was June, correct?
June, yep.
All right. From the skin tone of whoever is in the driver's seat, you can't even tell really their race. They could be a tanned Caucasian, it could be a light-skinned African-American, it could be Indian. You can't tell, I mean, from a leg with that flesh tone, you can't tell race at all, can you?
It could be.
We can go back up with the lights, thank you. Okay. So, to be clear from the video, you couldn't physically see, you saw something white in his hand, but you were not able to see their hands even throughout the whole video, were you? There were times because of the way the camera was angled and him moving it, you lost sight of both the CIs and the person that I've been identified as my client's hands, correct?
The way the CIs are instructed for the videos is that to mainly focus on the transaction at hand.
Oh, I understand what they're instructed. I'm asking in the video that we watched, there are times when both of their hands are not visible, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's numerous times before and after that the CI's hands are not visible, starting with the time he walked into the house.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to play the whole thing again unless necessary, or even the last part of it. CI walks back to his house, right? Or back to the house where you guys had dropped him off.
In
correct?
that area, yes.
Okay. Meet him there, correct?
Yes.
He gets in your vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We hear some radio traffic, yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, not only did you not have eyes, did you have eyes on the CI the whole time he was walking back or no?
Where I was positioned, I could see him, and I was moving to that position where I was I instructed him to pick him up.
Okay. You did not have eyes on the vehicle that had pulled up and then left the McDonald's?
Only briefly.
Okay. Do you recall him saying that they're heading down Forest? Do you recall
On the
him saying
radio
heading-
traffic?
Do you recall, not on the radio traffic, do you recall your CI saying heading down Forest?
He mentioned something about Forest. Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you know at the time whether he was talking about where he was or where the car was?
That I couldn't
Okay.
tell you.
Did you call in a report of which way the car went?
My radio traffic reflected a tan Toyota,
Okay,
is what I said.
a tan Toyota. There was no mention in your radio traffic of the tinted windows or the
No.
tinted group, and you didn't know the license plate?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I will ask you very quickly, you've already testified to this, but I just want to make sure we get it for the record here. You do not know where any of the other individuals were stationed observing, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. All right, you did not. As far as the debrief went, when did you call in? Did you call in sale completed and give information? That was after the debrief, correct? After you got in your car?
I'm confused by your question, sir. Can you
Okay.
rephrase that?
As far as radio traffic went, he's walking back. You have not called in that the sale's completed or any information about the vehicle?
I may have. It's not on this recording, but I may have said that the deal was complete.
Okay. All right. And from that video, you can't make out any details of that T-shirt, can you?
I could not. Of the,
The black T-shirt that the person in the passenger seat was wearing?
I could not make any details.
Okay, and you couldn't make out any, other than the fact the shorts were red, there was nothing that made them exceptional, correct?
That's correct, just red shorts.
And while you identified, well, let me go back. There's actually a shadow over the left arm in that still photo, isn't there?
I don't
I'll
know.
bring it back up. We're at 5B. You can see there's generally some markings, but you can't really pick out exactly what tattoos there were, correct?
Correct.
And there were no specific tattoos called out to anyone as far as the person you were looking for?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And tattoos are pretty darn common these days, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
One second, Your Honor. I believe I may have one more question, but I think I'm done. No more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna reconnect the HDMI cord. I'm gonna put up State's Exhibit 5C, which has already been previously admitted. We're looking at State's 5C. When this portion of the video, when you were listening to it, did the CI describe at all the gender of the driver?
Prior to the brief was that the individual that was meeting up with him was a black male that went by train.
And the suspected drugs that the CI gave you later, what was the packaging of those suspected drugs?
Packaging was a white and colored receipt that it was wrapped up into.
And I'm now handing you State's Exhibit 4, which has previously been admitted. Do you see anything that looks like a receipt in State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Is that consistent and looks substantially similar to how the suspected drugs appeared when he handed them to you?
Yes, it was wrapped up in this, like folded up.
Thank you. I'm taking State's Exhibit 4 back. Did you give the CI this Dre's phone number?
I did not know.
Did he already have the number to call Dre?
Yes.
And what was your primary duty for this controlled buy? Were you watching where the vehicle went?
My primary duty as the case agent is to manage and handle the confidential informant and the safety of that confidential informant. So it's to set it up, do our duties as far as our policy and procedure leading up to the controlled buy, and then debriefing the CI.
And the CI lived, at least up on that day, June 17, 2022, on Forest Drive.
That's correct.
Did you see the suspect vehicle headed the same direction as the CI was walking?
I did not know.
I'm now going to very briefly play 1B because I think it will play.
Today's date is Friday.
And I'm going to skip to 8:40.
I'm pausing at 9:02. Is that the noises that you heard that you thought might be a TV playing?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you were actively watching this feed the entire time, even when it was black, and listening.
Yes.
Did you hear anything concerning that while you were listening?
No, not at all.
Did you hear a lighter lighting?
No, I did not.
Is it, in your training experience, do drug dealers ever use aliases other than their real name?
Yes.
Do buyers ever use aliases other than their real name?
Yes.
And is that anything else? One moment, Your Honor. And Exhibit 4. And you get Exhibit 4 and then Exhibit 5C. Do these look substantially similar to each other? Item being held in Dre's hand on passenger.
They do look similar, yes. This is a grainy photo, but yes, they do look similar.
And were you aware, I'm going to take those back from you, of what other officers from other agencies were doing around the scene?
Was I made aware? I'm sorry.
Were there other officers waiting in marked and unmarked units to potentially pull over the suspect after the controlled buy was
Yes, sir, there were.
So it was their primary role to initiate or be involved in the traffic stop,
That is correct.
and yours was the debriefing and handling the bot purchase cocaine?
That is correct, sir.
No further questions.
Any recross?
The only information that you have to confirm that what you were provided, that's in Exhibit 4, is the same thing that was shown in 5C in the still shot, is the fact that the CI gave it to you, correct?
The photograph and the evidence of the,
Correct. The only thing confirming that those are the same thing The only person that had any way of knowing if they were the same thing at all was the CI, right?
That is what he handed me. So it would
I
be me
understand
as
that's
well.
what he handed you. You were not personally in his presence. You don't know where his hands were. You couldn't see through the video what he was doing from the time he turned around to the time that you saw him at the house, correct?
I was not present. That's correct.
Yes. So you didn't, you don't know what he did. You don't know what was in his pocket. In fact, from the time you dropped him off at that residence to the time that you met him again, you have no way of knowing whatsoever what was in his pockets, what else there was, whether there was crack cocaine in the house, correct?
The crack cocaine in the house, correct. I did not know if there would be.
You have no way of knowing if he had crack cocaine on this person when he left the house to walk to McDonald's, do you?
I don't know.
Okay. You have no way of knowing what, if anything, was in that balled up wrapper, correct?
Watching the video would be the transaction that they agreed upon.
You have no way of knowing whether it was cocaine, baking soda, a chiclet. You have no way of knowing.
Oh, at that time? No.
Correct. And again, the only evidence we have of whether or not what you were handed was the same thing that was in photograph 5C is the CI, correct?
Correct.
And the CI is not here.
Correct.
And the CI could have had crack cocaine in his house.
He could have, yes.
CI was a well-known crack user, yes?
Yes.
And to say something looks substantially similar from a grainy photograph to an evidence bag, that's not the same as saying they actually are the same thing, is it?
That's what was in that photograph was provided to me from the CI,
Actually,
from that transaction.
You just testified you can't say that with certainty. You can't make out what letters or numbers are on that receipt in that photograph 5C, can you?
And 5C, no.
No. So the first time you got to examine it was when the CI handed it to you.
But it's presumed that that was the item that was made on that transaction. So,
I understand that's your presumption, but we can't actually factually confirm that, can we?
yes, sir.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
State will be calling Sergeant Michael Frank.
Your Honor, can I ask for a 2-minute run to the John break?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Man, it'd be 2 minutes.
I guess water right there, man.
He wants some water.
name for the record.
Michael Frank?
Are you employed?
Yes.
By whom?
Eastlake Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Eastlake Police Department?
5 years, 8 months.
Did you have to complete any training for the position?
Yes.
How long was that training?
Approximately 6 months.
What did that generally entail at the police academy?
Yes.
Generally, what does that entail?
Investigative techniques, civil rights, stuff like that.
Did you receive any training as to drug trafficking,
Yes.
identification of drugs,
Yes.
weighing drugs,
Yes.
different terminologies and slang concerning drugs?
Yes.
And are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
For how long?
Approximately 7.5 years.
In your job, do you ever collaborate with other police departments?
Yes.
Ever collaborate with the Lake County Narcotics Agency,
Yes.
Willoughby?
Yes.
Have you ever assisted the Lake County Narcotics Agency with controlled buys?
Yes.
How does Eastlake Police Department generally assist the Lake County Narcotics Agency for the controlled buy?
Depends on the specific request. I mean, sometimes we assist with the traffic stop. Sometimes we assist with the arrest and canine handler as well with Sergeant Ward.
Were you working on June 17, 2022?
Yes.
On that date, were you requested to assist with the traffic stop?
Yes.
Who requested your assistance?
Detective Korun on behalf of the Lake County Narcotics.
And what location did the traffic stop occur at?
Dollar General on Lake Shore.
Do you know the address of that Dollar General?
Not offhand, it's on the west side of 91. We have 3 Dollar Generals in the city.
Did you go to the location of that Dollar General?
Yes.
And what county is that Dollar General located in?
Lake.
I'm showing defense counsel what's previously marked as States Exhibit 6A and 6B. All we need to do is just look at them. Look up with me once you have. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
What are those photos of?
Map of Eastlake, the Dollar General that the traffic stop occurred, and the McDonald's of where the controlled buy occurred.
After working in Eastlake for over 5 years, are you familiar with the geographic area of the city?
Yes.
Is 6A an accurate distance and approximate travel time for someone to drive from the Eastlake McDonald's to the Dollar General?
Yes.
In Lake County? Does States Exhibit 6B fairly accurately as well, the geographic area of the Eastlake Dollar General?
Yes.
Just more zoomed in than 6A?
Yes.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 6A and B.
Any objection to 6A or B?
No objections to those, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
I'd ask to publish.
Go ahead.
Moment. I'm putting up States Exhibit 6A. Now everyone can see it. You see this red balloon on the western side of this image?
Yes.
What does that indicate, if anything?
Dollar General, where the traffic stop occurred.
And the blue line between the red balloon and a white dot, what is that?
Path of travel from McDonald's.
And the white dot, what does that represent?
McDonald's, where the controlled buy occurred.
Now I'm going to put up States Exhibit 6B.
Is this a more zoomed in image of that previous red balloon we saw?
Yes.
Do you see on this map where the traffic stop occurred?
Yes.
Could you use that mouse in front of you to move the cursor to approximately where the vehicle was stopped?
Approximately right here.
So to the northwest of the Dollar General and under 2 parked cars horizontally?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was stopped?
Tan colored Toyota Avalon.
When you arrived there, did you see how many occupants were in the vehicle?
2.
Were they still in the vehicle?
I believe they were exiting.
Was it a male or female driver of the vehicle?
Female,
Was she identified?
Shanika Bandy,
Can you remember what she was wearing?
white top, black leggings,
And how about the passenger? Was it a male or female?
male.
And what was he wearing?
He was wearing a white top, black pants.
And
Or, I'm sorry, red pants.
how would you describe the skin tone of the driver?
African American, dark skin complexion,
What about the passenger?
similar.
And did you write a report about your involvement in this investigation?
I wrote a supplement to a report.
In your supplemental report, did you call the male passenger Anthony Nix?
Yes,
Was that accurate?
no,
What would have been accurate to put in your report?
Andrew Nix.
And you said that the defendant was getting out of the car when you arrived.
Yes,
Were any other officers already on the scene?
yes.
Can you remember who?
Patrolman Eden and Patrolman Neath.
Did any other officers arrive later?
Yes, Detective Fawcett.
Approximately how much later?
I couldn't tell you.
What about Detective Korun?
I couldn't tell you. I was conducting the traffic stop or assisting with the traffic stop.
And what kind of officer is Officer Neath?
He is a canine handler for Willoughby.
Did he bring his canine?
Yes,
And did the canine assist at all? Did you see it assist at all in the traffic stop?
yes,
Did the canine conduct an open air sniff of the vehicle?
yes.
What happened after the sniff?
Patrolman Neath, canine handler, advised us that there was alert
Objection.
behavior.
Sustain.
What actions did you take after the sniff?
Conducted a probable cause search of the vehicle.
Why did you conduct a search of the vehicle?
The canine had alert behavior that was notified by the canine handler.
Objection, move to strike, lack of foundation and expertise.
Sustain.
Did the defendant make any statements after the open air sniff?
Yes,
To who?
several of the officers.
Did you hear any statements that he said?
Yes,
What did he say?
whatever you find in the car is mine.
Did he say anything else that you can remember?
When I asked what we are going to find, he said, "I guess we'll see."
Do you see the person in court today that told you whatever is in the car, it's mine?
Yes,
What's he wearing?
blue short sleeve shirt, a wristband on the left wrist.
Could the record reflect, Your Honor, that Sergeant Frank had you the defendant?
Yes.
Were you involved in the search of the vehicle?
Yes,
Was anything of note found in the vehicle?
yes.
What?
A bag of crack cocaine in the passenger side door coupling and a green vegetable-like material suspected to be marijuana in the center console.
Did you take any photos of the suspected drugs?
Yes,
Did you move the items at all before taking those photos?
no,
Did you take any photos of the vehicle that was stopped?
yes,
Did you or any officers move the vehicle from where it stopped at?
after the arrest was made, we towed it to Vitalone's.
Before taking the photos, was the vehicle moved at all?
No,
Only by the driver? who was
Yes.
there? I'm showing defense counsel 6 photos marked as 7A through F. Or E, excuse me, not F.
Your Honor, just to save time, I'm going to object to C, D, and E as part of my continuing objection to the search of the vehicle from the previous, just to protect the record.
All right, your objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm taking out State's Exhibits 7 through E. Just take a look at State's Exhibits 7 through E. Do you recognize the photos 7A through
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
I took them.
What are these photos of?
Of the vehicle and the drugs that were located within the vehicle.
And do those photos marked as State's Exhibit 7A through E, do they depict the vehicle and the drugs you found in substantially the same condition as you found them that day?
Yes,
They would move to admit State's Exhibits A through E.
All right, is there an objection to A and B, Mr. Crook?
There's no objection to the photographs taken of the vehicle, Your Honor.
All right, so A and B will be admitted, and then C, D, and E will be admitted over the objection of the defendant.
Taking those photos back. Did you collect the bag of cocaine as evidence?
yes.
How did you collect it?
Our standard procedure was placed in a bag and then locked in my cruiser in the lockbox of 857.
And what kind of bag did you collect it in?
Evidence bag?
Do you seal it?
Yes,
Do you label it?
yes. And initial.
And how is evidence usually stored after you've collected it at the scene?
In a secured locker with only the property officer that is able to obtain that. And that's behind a locked facility door as well.
The defense counsel states Exhibit 8, it's been previously opened by prosecution preparation for trial. Now handing it to you, right there. You don't have to put on gloves on, I'm not asking you to take it all the way out, but do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this would be our evidence bag.
Could you open up the evidence bag and look at what's contained inside?
Your Honor, for the record, were both bags opened prior to?
Yeah. I opened up.
Yes,
The state opened up both of them.
Your Honor, given that we haven't established chain of custody yet, I've not seen logs or anything else, I'd object to the admission of this exhibit at this
Well-
time.
He indicated that he seized the cocaine in the car, put it in the envelope, locked it in his car, took it to the East Lake Police Station where it was locked in the evidence locker, right?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
And then your objection is, there's been nobody to establish that it was brought here
There's no one,
by anybody?
there's no one
for
to
it-
establish
Wait
where
a
it's.
minute, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay? There's no evidence that was brought by East Lake from the evidence locker to Mr. Hurd at the prosecutor's office, is that your objection?
Much more than that, Your Honor.
What is it?
There's no evidence of the chain of custody from the time, and not disputing Officer or Patrolman Frank that he did provide it to the property officer and lock it in the evidence locker. But
Right.
from that time till now, there's absolutely no chain of custody that's been established.
Going from
The
East
time
Lake-
that Patrolman,
hold on. Going from the East Lake Police Department locker to wherever it went before it got here, is that what you're saying?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule it for now, but go ahead, Mr. Hurd.
Does the East Lake Police Department ever turn over custody of evidence to the Lake County Prosecutor's Office in preparation for trial?
yes,
Is it your understanding that that property was turned over to the Lake County Prosecutor's Office in preparation for trial?
yes.
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Is it marked anywhere on the packaging?
Yes,
Where do you see that? What do you see?
these would be Detective Korun's initials. It says Lake County Crime Lab is where it was also transported. And the evidential value 1 was placed on this.
And
What's evidential, what was that, level 1?
Yeah,
is
1
that?
is placed as on the label.
Okay.
could you take out whatever is contained in the envelope?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's
Overruled.
testified that some other people have.
Overruled, it's overruled right now.
And what is that? Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the bundle of crack cocaine from the vehicle.
Is that the exact same bundle of cocaine found in the vehicle on June 17, 2022?
Yes,
substantially the same condition as when you sealed it in the evidence bag?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
Stay with move to admit it to Exhibit number 8, Your Honor.
Do you move to objection, Your Honor?
Overruled, it's admitted.
Now taking State's Exhibit 8 back from you. Place it on the table of this courtroom where all the other needed evidence is in. Were you aware whether or not the defendant had been searched at all before you arrived?
Yes.
Was he?
No. He was patted down prior to being placed in a cruiser and secured.
Who patted him down?
Patrolman Eden.
Did he find anything of note when he patted him down?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you observe the defendant get patted down?
Yes.
And did you observe anything get taken out of the defendant's pockets?
Money and 2 cell phones.
Did you observe the officer secure those items anywhere?
Yes.
In what?
In the same lockbox in the rear of EPD March Cruiser 857.
And whose marked cruiser is that?
Mine.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish 7A through E. My
Well,
apologies.
they've already been admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. What are we looking at here?
Toyota Avalon.
And this is as you found it?
Yes.
Are you aware what street we're looking at in the background?
Lakeshore Boulevard.
And what is this building we see on the eastern side of the image?
Dollar General.
Now looking at 7B, what's this image of?
The rear of the vehicle.
And do you notice anything distinctive about the license plate?
It has a lens cover over it.
And what model of vehicle is this?
An Avalon.
What make?
Toyota.
We're now looking at 7C. What is this a photo of?
The bundle of crack cocaine I located.
Is this where you located it?
Yes.
Had you moved it all before you took this photo?
No.
Is this the driver or passenger side door?
Passenger door.
Front or rear?
Front.
And did you see who was sitting near this or in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Nix.
We're now looking at 7D. What's this an image of?
A closer up image of the same.
Still the front passenger
Yes.
side door. Now we're looking at 7E. Where was this photo taken at?
East Lake Police Department.
And why'd you take this photo?
Evidential before packaging.
And did anyone else later assist you with processing the money and funds for evidence that was placed in your vehicle?
Detective Korun.
What happened to the car the defendant was in?
It was towed to Vitalones.
And what happened to Nix?
He was placed under arrest.
Did you interview him at all after he was placed under arrest?
No.
What about the driver of the vehicle?
No.
Did other officers conduct an interview of the defendant?
Yes.
What about the driver?
Yes.
Were you present for those interviews?
No.
No further questions.
Crook?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just want to clarify some things with your testimony. I believe you testified that they were already out of the vehicle when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if they were already out of the vehicle, you would not know where they were sitting unless someone else told you, correct?
No. When I showed up on scene, the proximity of them exiting the vehicle was still within the arm's reach of the door. They had not made or advanced towards Dollar General yet.
But they were detained there for more than a couple of minutes by Patrolman Eden before you arrived, correct?
No, I was there shortly after the traffic stop occurred.
Well, shortly is a pretty indeterminate period of time. How long?
I couldn't give you a specific time, but I'd say within 30 seconds.
I'm going to pull up, Your Honor. 6A. Perfect. All right. I believe did you put those back on the desk or?
Yeah.
Okay, permission to approach, Your Honor? Handing you what's marked 6A. You recall testifying as to that, correct?
Yes,
Okay. At the very top, pretty much dead center of that photograph, you would agree with me that there's a dot indicating McDonald's right across from the Circle K, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you'd agree with me that the little red map indicator at the far bottom left corner is where the Dollar General is, right?
yes.
Okay. Where were you stationed when Lake County Narcotics put out that the buy was going to happen shortly?
I was at East Lake Police Department.
Okay. So East Lake Police Department would be, you got Dollar General. Could you
Yeah,
actually-
approximately where this white tab is. This is State Route 91.
Okay, so it'd be on, so it's kind of blocked by that .5. That double lane the double lane at the very bottom is 91 and the East Lake PD is to the right of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, starting with that, you did not actually observe the vehicle beforehand, correct? The first time you saw it was when you pulled in, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were not given a license plate to look for, were you?
no,
Okay, so you come over there. Detective Fawcett is already there? No, sorry, Detective Fawcett was afterwards. That's my mistake, correct?
yes,
Okay. Patrolman Neath was the canine officer, correct?
yes.
Okay. Do you know, if you know, where Patrolman Neath was beforehand?
I do not know.
Okay. And Officer Eden was the one who actually effectuated the stop, correct?
Yes,
Okay. When you got there, they were both outside the vehicle, correct?
yes,
Okay. You did not actually observe them inside the vehicle. Okay. You testified that you had initially misidentified my client on the report by Anthony, correct?
yes,
Okay. But other than that, there's no other issues with the report, correct?
no,
And everything that you've testified to today is consistent and accurate, right?
yes,
Okay. When you heard the statements from my client, was that before or after they were placed in the vehicle?
while they were being placed in the vehicle.
Okay. Was my client cuffed?
I don't know, I wasn't there for the securing him in the vehicle.
Okay, but he was.
When I say I wasn't there, I was on scene, but I was not at the vehicle door with
Okay.
Patrolman Eden.
So you didn't have direct line of sight observation?
Correct.
Okay. Who put him in the vehicle?
Patrolman Eden.
Okay. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say he wasn't given a choice whether or not he got in the vehicle, was he?
Correct.
Okay. All right. How soon after you arrived was he patted down?
Almost immediately.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was told what the purpose of the pat down was?
I do not.
Do you know whether or not he was told if he was, how's this, was he free to leave when he was patted down?
No.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about Exhibit 8 real quickly. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to ask, you just come and go.
Of course I have, Your Honor. Have you viewed Exhibit 8? Before today,
Before you start on Exhibit 8, let me say something about that. Mr. Hurd asked for the admission of 8. I admitted it. I'm going to reverse that ruling at this point in time.
thank you, Your
I
Honor.
presume there's going to be other testimony, so as of right now, it's not admitted.
Understood, Your Honor. From the time that you placed it in the evidence locker in the City of Eastlake Police Department on 17 June 2022 until today, had you seen that particular, had you seen Exhibit 8 in between those two times?
No.
So you have no personal knowledge of what happened to it between now and then?
Yes, it went to Lake County Crime Lab to be processed.
You didn't take it to the crime lab though, did you?
No, there's a log and demonstration of that within the report.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to, well, I'll grant it. The question is whether you had any,
I
and I
personally
presume
did
you
not.
mean by personal knowledge that he had, you indicated you had no contact with that after it was placed in the evidence locker at Eastlake PD, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so all you know about what happened is based on what's contained on an evidence log?
Yeah, and our reporting
Right.
system demonstrates the order.
Right,
and that
okay, I
continues.
understand that, but you had no participation in producing that log or any activity with that log?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and if you would not mind just taking out the sample that's inside that bag?
You want it fully removed?
Yes, please. Okay, can you tell how many pieces are there?
Approximately 3 to 4 pieces.
Okay. I'm referring now to, I believe this is 7E, the close-up of the cocaine. You took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
That's, looks like 2, maybe 3 pieces, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the cocaine that you have in your hand is actually in a, I'll call it a laboratory plastic envelope, for lack of a better way to describe it. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
That's wrapped up in, it looks like saran wrap, correct?
There's a bindle in here as well.
Okay, the saran wrap is in there. To your knowledge, was any testing for DNA or fingerprints done to that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know how long after you arrived, Detective Fawcett arrived?
Not offhand, no. May I secure this, or do you still want it out?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, please. One more question. And that is, did any other officer instruct you to begin the search? Did anyone give you the green light, or how did you?
Canine handler advised that he had a positive alert with his canine partner.
Ask that what the canine handler be stricken?
No, I mean, you asked him a question, and he gave that direction, so that's overruled. Redirect?
One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, while he's looking, if the court would indulge me, I'd like to put my objection in a little more detail on the record.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The objection is because the question I asked him was, did someone, who told you to, not why? He gave the why as well as that. The why was non-responsive, and again, it's hearsay. That was the reason for my objection.
Correct.
So you found the bundle of cocaine in the car, and then what did you do?
I secured it in the rear of APD marked unit 857 in
And
the
that's-
locked box.
That's your unit.
It was at the time, yes.
And what did you do with the drugs after that?
Brought it back to East Lake Police Department.
And what did you do with the drugs at the East Lake Police Department?
Followed the evidential processing policy. I placed it into a lab locker that was locked and secured behind a locked door.
And does anyone else, other than agents from your office, your police department, have access to that secure evidence?
The officers don't even have access. There's a property officer and I believe 2 others that are specifically assigned to that for processing.
And does EPD ever submit suspected narcotics to Lake County Crime Lab? For
Yes.
diagnosis? How does EPD go about doing that?
We complete the Lake County Crime Lab form and it is then removed by a property officer and transported to Lake County Crime Lab for processing.
Do you yourself bring that to the crime lab?
That is not one of my roles, no.
Who is the property officer normally?
Hauser is the head property officer.
Timothy Hauser?
Yes,
And his signature would appear on the submission sheet?
yes. Patrolman Clark also does the Lake County Crime Lab and does the results as well.
Stay would again move to United States Code, Your Honor.
Well, you talked about the process by which it's done, right? I mean, what about this? I mean, I don't care about the process, I care about this case, right?
Yes, Your Honor. All right. No further questions.
Recross?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Let's come back at 10 to 1, resume.
All right.
I don't know, there's other people down there, so
Okay.
you can support her.
Some true soap you got.
One moment, Your Honor. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. My name is Christian, spelled Kristijan. My last name is Korun, Korun.
Are you employed?
I am.
By whom?
The city of Eastlake.
How long have you worked at the city of Eastlake?
I've been there about 13 years now.
What is your position?
I'm a detective.
Have you always been a detective there?
I was not. I started off as a patrolman and then became a detective.
How long were you a patrolman?
I was a patrolman. I'm gonna guesstimate about 8 years.
Did you complete any training for your initial position with EPD?
The Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy.
How long did that last?
It's about a 6-month course.
Did that entail any training as to drug investigations?
Brief. It's a basic academy, so it gives you a brief crossover of narcotics.
Did you learn about drug slang
I did.
and controlled substances?
I did.
And are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
I am. Both corrections and police.
Have you been one since you started at Eastlake Police Department?
Yes.
In your job, do you ever collaborate with other police agencies?
Often.
Have you ever collaborated with Lake County Narcotics Agency?
Yeah, on a number of occasions.
On those occasions, have you ever assisted them with a controlled buy during your duties as an
Yes.
officer? How have you assisted them?
A variety of ways you can help on surveillance, sometimes intel gathering and monitoring a residence or vehicles from a residence, arrest, searches of individuals, among other things.
Have you ever worked with a confidential informant during an investigation?
Yes.
And why would you work with a confidential informant generally?
I'm one of the narcotics detectives in Eastlake, so I often begin narcotics investigations, and if they get a little larger than I can expect, I usually ask for the help from the narcotics agency.
Specifically, have you ever worked with the confidential informant named Thomas Sutton?
Yes.
When did you first meet Mr. Sutton?
Well, we did a search warrant. Well, the first time I met him, we had, in the year, it's gonna slip my mind, but we had an inmate death in our jail on an overdose. And I wanted to speak to the inmate's father, and the inmate's father was living with Thomas Sutton on Forest Drive.
Did you ever meet him at any previous jobs before being the EPD police officer?
Mr. Sutton, no.
And why was Mr. Sutton willing to be a confidential informant?
We conducted a search.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll overrule it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We conducted a search warrant at Mr. Sutton's home from a complaint of drug activity. And from that, we located some minor evidence items, some felony 5-level things, and he was willing to work off his charge.
Did you have any written agreement with him as to any potential benefit he might receive for cooperating?
I did not have a written agreement, no.
Did he receive any benefit for his cooperation with the Lake County Narcotics Agency?
Aside from the charges that were pending, as long as he cooperated with the narcotics agency and did a buy, then the charges would not be filed.
In response to him cooperating, did you decide not to file charges against him?
Correct.
Turning to June 17, 2022, were you working on that date?
I was?
Were you involved in any Lake County Narcotics Agency investigations on the date?
Yes.
What kind of an investigation were you involved in?
Mr. Sutton wanted to do a controlled buy on that day, so we called in with the Lake County Narcotics, and they brought him to the station.
And
I know they do their normal paperwork, they briefed him, and then they were gonna set up for a controlled buy.
And how were you involved specifically?
I was gonna act as the liaison officer basically between our patrol and Lake County Narcotics. I was gonna assist them with, if I could, with surveillance. I know they had quite a number of guys in the area at the time, and any other way they needed me to.
I'm putting up, if I could please have the screen, what's been previously admitted States Exhibit 2B. Do you recognize this map, recognize the geographic area?
I do.
Can you see on this map where you were physically located at when the controlled buy investigation was taking place?
You cannot.
What about on States 2A, even wider out version map?
Yes.
Can you use the mouse in front of you, the cursor, to point out where you were? The McDonald's on Lakeshore Boulevard is.
The middle school is here. I began at the middle school in the driveway, but they had a number of agents in the area, so I remember moving from the middle school, not wanting to overcrowd the area with unmarked vehicles. And I moved down to what's Bruce E. Park.
Were you in an unmarked vehicle?
I was.
Were you with anyone else?
I was not.
And during that day, did you see anything of note?
From after the control purchase, or what I believe was control purchase happened,
Yes.
the call came out that the purchase was completed and a vehicle, a tan, I can't remember if they called it a tan or pewter, what the color was. It was a Toyota, and it was heading, I remember they said it was heading west on Lakeshore Boulevard.
Did you ever see that vehicle?
I did.
When did you see it?
When I heard that the purchase was completed, I moved up from Jackson Park to Lakeshore Boulevard. There is directly across is Reeves Road, there's a boat club there, a yacht club. I pulled into the yacht club, did kind of a U-turn and waited for the Avalon to pass.
Could you see if there was anyone in the vehicle?
I assumed there was a driver. I could not tell for sure. The windows were tinted.
Could you see how many occupants were in the vehicle?
I could not.
And did you happen to see the license plate?
I did not. The license plate was obscured by a dark, like a cover, like a shaded cover.
Did you see which direction the vehicle was traveling?
The vehicle was traveling westbound on Lake Shore toward, I guess it would be toward 91, toward the police station.
Could you indicate on States 2A where approximately you saw the vehicle first and then where you saw it traveling towards?
This area would be where I first see it, which is going to be, Reeves Road area and Lakeshore Boulevard. The boat club is on the north side of Lakeshore Boulevard. This is where I first saw the vehicle. I'm going to approximate there. I can't really see where Reeves Road is listed, but I'm going to approximate around there.
Is Reeves Road to the right of the fork and knife image in States 2A?
Is that going to be Trader? It would be to the right, or I'm to the east. The fork and knife here? Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, it is to the right of that.
And did you follow the vehicle?
I did.
You ever lose eyes on it?
For a brief period after Officers Eden and Frank were behind the vehicle, I was caught by a traffic light.
Can you indicate on this map, did you lose eyes on it on Lakeshore Boulevard?
I did.
Could you indicate on the map roughly where you no longer could see?
I got stopped at the red light at Lakeshore, Lakeshore and State Route 91.
So the intersection of 283 and 91 to the south of the city of Timberlake in States 2A?
Correct.
And you said other officers were following it?
Yes,
The vehicle, were they in marked units?
they were marked units.
Did you ever see the vehicle again?
I did.
Where did you see the vehicle at?
When I received the green light and I can go through this intersection safely, I drove to the Dollar General. I'd like to say,
I'm gonna put up a better map for you. I'm gonna put up States Exhibit 5B. Oh, sorry, that is the wrong one. 6B. Is this the area you're referencing where you saw the vehicle again?
correct, across from Timberlake, Minnewawa Drive is there, yes, that's the Dollar General.
And could you indicate where on State 6B you saw the vehicle van at?
It was in this area on the side of Dollar General.
Okay, so west of the red balloon that says Dollar General.
Correct.
Parking lot. And did you pull up right up to the scene in your unmarked vehicle?
I did not.
Why not?
I was in an unmarked vehicle. I didn't want to cause alarm, or I didn't know how they were going to approach the traffic stop. I wasn't sure if they were going to immediately mention that they had the intel that a drug trafficking or a transaction went down, or if they were going to use what I gave them as window tint and a rear license plate cover as probable cause. So I looped around Lake Shore here, and there's another opening to the plaza. And I drove along the plaza here and stopped over by this. There's a separation here. It's a low divider. It's like a grass median, and I parked there.
To the north of the Tex Nick's Family Restaurant.
Yeah, slightly to the north, northeast. Yep.
And did you observe any other police officers already being there?
Officer Eden, Officer Frank, Detective Fawcett now, and Officer Neath.
What kind of officer is Officer Neath?
He's a canine officer?
Did you see his canine dog at all at the scene?
Yes.
Could you tell who got pulled over from where you were?
I could tell that it was the tan-colored Toyota with the tinted windows and the license plate cover.
And what did you observe next from where you were?
When I pulled up to the scene, driver and passenger were already out of the vehicle. Both the doors were open to the vehicle, and I can recall seeing Sergeant Frank over at the passenger side at some point. Took some photographs, recovered some items. I was just waiting. They put some stuff in the back of the vehicle. They transported both Mrs. Bandy and Mr. Nix to the police station.
Did you recognize immediately any of the people that were in the Toyota?
I recognized Mr. Nix.
How did you recognize them?
Objection.
Overruled.
From a previous employment.
What previous employment was that?
I was a
Objection.
Overruled.
I was a corrections officer at the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Office, and Mr. Nix was an inmate in the pod.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Nix in the duties of your employment as a corrections officer?
Yes, just about every shift.
How many shifts a week would you work?
12-hour shifts, so 7 out of 14 days. He was in pod 5 Charlie on a regular, I would say regular workday basis. He's one of the ones I'd talk to a little more regularly.
Approximately how long did you work there while he was also there and you spoke to him?
Continued objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm gonna guesstimate 6 months to a year. I can't recall how long. I know we bid on the pods every 6 months. I know I had that pod for a year. I can't recall if Mr. was there the entire time of that.
Are you familiar with how his voice sounds?
I am.
Turning back to the scene of the traffic stop, did you ever get closer to the traffic stop?
Yes,
Did you collect any evidence?
I did not.
Did you speak to the defendant or the driver of the scene at all?
I did not.
And later on, did you have any later involvement in the investigation?
I did.
Did you do any evidence processing work?
I did.
What evidence did you process?
Sergeant Frank had items that were from the traffic stop secured in his, it's basically a lockbox in the back of the truck or the SUV. He brought those items in to the police department in the patrolman's room. We have a desk that's kind of set off to the side that's used usually for evidence collection, securing it, photographing it. We brought those items in, and I photographed a number of the items there, and I made a phone call to a cell phone that was there, and I recorded some money that was collected.
Are the cell phones and the money, the items Officer Frank brought in?
They are.
And can you remember what kind of cell phone that you called?
A flip phone, I would call it a flip phone.
And you said you counted the money?
I did.
How much money was it in total?
$224, if I'm not mistaken,
And this is taking place at the East Lake Police Department?
at the police department.
Were you able to determine whether any of the seized money were marked LCNA funds?
I was. At the time we were at the station, the narcotics agents were as well. I wanted to get a copy of, or at least a note of the serial numbers so that I can see if the money was in that, contained inside the ones that we found, and I removed all the ones that I saw had the same serial numbers that they were looking for.
After you remove those items you believe to, or 20s or dollar bills that you thought were marked, did you take a photo of them?
I did.
Showing defense counsel states exhibit 9A, 9B.
Your Honor, just again for protection of the record, some objection that I've been making to any results of the search.
Okay.
We'll now hand you states exhibit 9B. Did you look at those?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I took the two photographs.
What's 9A a photo of?
9A is a photo of the overall of the money. And then the two cell phones, the cell phone that's up top underneath the $5 bill is actually a detective cell phone. So the two cell phones that are to the bottom of the page, I would say the flip phone and the one below it, and all the money there is what I took a photograph of.
And could you tell what type of cell phones you were dealing with besides detective cell phone?
Could you be more specific?
Did you know, could you recognize or identify the brand of the smaller black cell phone?
Alcatel is on there. I don't know if it was a specific type of Alcatel.
Okay, so it says Alcatel on it.
Yeah, I believe that's how it's pronounced.
And do those photos fairly and accurately reflect the seized money and cell phones given to you by Sergeant Frank?
They do.
And that's, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 9A.
All right, I'll admit them over the objection of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to put 9A up on the screen. And again, generally, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 9A?
The cash that was brought in by Sergeant Frank and two cell phones. And then the cell phone, I guess, to the far right that has the light gray, dark gray with the lime green is a detective cell phone.
Are all of these bills that we're seeing marked Lake County Narcotics Agency funds?
They were not,
Are some of them?
some of them.
And which cell phone in this picture, you said the one under the $5 bill was a detective cell phone?
Correct, it's an iPhone.
In the middle one is an Alcatel phone, or at least has Alcatel marking on it.
Flip phone.
I'm now going to State's Exhibit 9B.
Why did you take this photo?
After I learned of the serial numbers that were on the marked bills that the narcotics agency used, I pulled those aside so that you could see the serial numbers and then photographed them.
Would you mind please reading off the serial number of the $20 bill at the very top of State's 9B?
Objection,
Sure.
Your Honor, the document speaks for itself.
Overruled.
NG 07330953B.
And the $20 bill, second from the top.
ND, D as in David, 69654355B.
Third from the top.
MF, F as in Frank, 93442496D.
Fourth from the top.
PG, 254908738A.
And lastly, the serial number of the $20 bill at the very bottom of States 9B.
Is PG 560366713C.
Earlier, you testified that you did some investigation or evidence processing by calling the Alcatel cell phone number. What number did you call?
I called the number that one of the narcotics agents, SA 91, I believe is the number, provided me.
Objection.
Overruled.
Can you remember what number that was?
I cannot remember the number.
Will it be contained in the photos you took later, eventually?
Yes.
And why did you do that? Why did you call the cell phone?
I always like to see if the number that the confidential informant calls is actually on or in the evidence that was collected from the scene.
Did you memorialize or log your findings in any way as to calling the number?
I took a video of the call.
Showing defense counsel States Exhibit 10, call to defendant's phone. And in States Exhibit 10, I'm taking back 9850. Do you recognize that CD?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and watched it. It's a it says it's the call to the defendant's phone. It's a little video of that of what I took.
You previously watched and confirmed that this is accurate?
I did. I initialed it.
And not to belabor the point, but is this fair and accurate or substantially the same thing that happened when you called the cell phone?
It is.
Say we would move to admit States Exhibit 10.
Objection, Your Honor. The basis for the objection is that that phone number has already been established to have been provided by the CI, who is not here to testify. The provision of the phone number to SA 91 would be hearsay. The provision of the phone number from SA 91 to Detective Korun would also be hearsay. Those are both out-of-court statements being asserted for the truth of the matter asserted, i.e. that that was the phone number that my client was using and that that was the phone number that the call was made in order to set up the alleged buy bust.
Well, the exercise that he's about to engage in, I presume, is that calling a number to see if it matches up with the C's phone, so it's overruled.
States
And
now,
And it's admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. States now going to play States Exhibit 10. Could you describe the video we just saw?
I had my detective phone. I dialed the 241-3338 number, 440. I hit the send button, and then the flip phone, the Alcatel phone, rang.
And the person's hand we saw in the video, whose hand was that?
That would be my hand.
And you earlier mentioned that you also took photos of the Alcatel phone, or at least the phone with the Alcatel on it.
I did.
Did you take those photos after you made the test call we just watched?
I took photos of some calls that were made from the phone, and I took photos afterwards as well.
And can you remember what you took photos of?
I know when you open the flip phone, on the screen were two calls. After I made the call, they were, it said Tom, or just before I made the call, when I opened the flip phone, Tom was on there with, I believe, a number 2 next to it.
I'm showing defense counsel's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 11A to B. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And did you, how do you recognize them?
Those are the photos that I took.
And what is State's Exhibit 11A generally showing in that photograph?
11A is, it says call information. It shows how many calls were made to Tom.
What about 11B?
11B is the call log, 2 phone calls to Tom.
Do these fairly and accurately reflect the call information you saw on June 17, 2022, listed in the Alcatel cell phone?
They do.
State would move to admit State's exhibits.
There were 2 cell phones up there. You keep talking about an Alcatel. What's the Alcatel?
The Alcatel cell phone is the phone seized from the defendant.
Okay, there were 2 phones up there, though. The last picture you showed, there were 2 phones up there. Where's the flip phone? I keep hearing about a flip phone.
Like the physical flip phone or a photo?
Detective Korun said flip phone a couple times. Where's it? I haven't seen a flip phone up there of any of these phones yet.
Okay. Which one's
Play the video again. I pull up 10.
Okay.
Have him describe which one.
Which one's the Alcatel?
To the left there, Your Honor.
Is that a flip phone?
It is.
Okay, and what's the other phone?
The other phone is an iPhone. That's our detective phone.
Okay. And so the phone that was ringing was what?
It's going to be the flip phone. The one to the left will start ringing. That would be the flip phone, the Alcatel.
I'm reserving State's exhibit 10.
All right, so turn that off. Let me see those exhibits. Is this the flip phone that is this 11A and 11B the flip phone?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you want those admitted? Is that your motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crook?
Objection not only for being the results of a search that we still believe is unconstitutional, but also objection as far as the identification of, yes, it does show from someone named Tom, but the relevance has not even been established yet. As far as the phone number it came from, whether that person's, again, we've got a bunch of issues that question on relevance in general.
What's the relevance of Tom showing up in the defendant's flip
Those
phone?
demonstrate that the phone that the defendant had on his person had call logs from Tom, who was the CI, and they line
Okay,
up
well,
with it.
Tom,
Thomas Sutton.
okay, where's Sutton indicated? I mean, I don't know who, Tom is like a pretty common name, right? So am I to presume, do you want me to presume by virtue of this exhibit, these exhibits, that Tom that shows up in here were phone calls to Tom Sutton or from Tom Sutton, presumption?
That the Alcatel cell phone had Tom as a contact in it.
Right, I
and
understand that, so do you want me to presume that that's Tom Sutton? Is that what you're asking to do by this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be a reasonable inference.
Okay, I'm not gonna admit those.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you ever look at the actual number that was listed under the contact information of Tom?
I did not.
Were you involved at all in the booking of the defendant?
Yes.
Was that on June 17, 2022?
Yes.
Were you present while he was being booked?
Yes.
And where was he being booked at?
He was in our jail, and when I first came into the jail from our main hallway, he was in the, what we call the video room. SA, Special Agent 91 was having a conversation with him, interviewing him potentially in that smaller room, that video room,
And our jail is the East Lake Jail.
the East Lake Jail.
Could you overhear the conversations the defendant was having with Special Agent 91?
From walking through, I could hear a bit of it.
Did you overhear the defendant making statements to any other police officers?
Yes.
To who? What police officer?
He made statements to me, made statements to Patrolman Eden while I was in the room. I don't know if he was talking to generally both of us or just to me or Patrolman Eden.
What about any statements he made to Detective Fawcett?
Yes.
And what statements did you overhear him making to Detective Fawcett?
That he's willing to accept the responsibility of anything that was located in the vehicle.
Showing defense counsel, it's been warranted State's Exhibit 12, looking video clip. Put that back. Do you recognize that this is State's Exhibit 12?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a booking video clip from our jail. I did initial it, so
What does you initialing it mean?
that I watched it and agreed that what was there was accurate to what was seen in the jail.
And what you actually
Heard.
Confidential.
And where did this surveillance video footage come from?
Our jail, our booking room. It's a western-facing camera.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 13 into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as everything else. It was a result of the search and illegal seizure of my client, Your Honor.
All right, overruled, it's submitted.
Thank you.
I'm now going to play State's Exhibit 12.
You saw that my girl go, man?
Before I do, I'm pausing it at 1. Do you know who this person is in the red pants near the top of the video?
Yeah, that's Mr. Nix.
What about the officer standing in the top right?
It's Patrolman Eden,
What about this female officer near the bottom?
and that's Detective Fawcett.
Okay, I'm now going to play it from the beginning again. It's only 18 seconds long.
That my girl go, man?
So she is in interview room 1. She's gonna talk.
I'm saying she gonna leave, 'cause it's nothing, everything your father is mine.
Okay.
I'm taking full responsibility, you go on my side, my person.
Okay, we'll talk about it in just a minute, okay? Let me go get your paperwork and then we'll have a chit chat, okay?
All right, let me just finish playing State's Exhibit 12.
Where were you in the frame of that? Were you in the frame of that video?
I was not.
Where were you physically, like, if you had to describe in relation to the perspective?
I would describe it as about 10 to 15 feet. She's walking toward the door that I was in, waiting for her to come out.
So you're kind of underneath the camera in another room?
Correct. The video, just outside the video room on the other side. I call it the females' hallway. We refer to it as the females' hallway.
Do you recognize anyone in court as the person that made those statements to Detective Fawcett?
I do.
And what is he wearing?
Short sleeve, looks like a dark blue, I believe it's a jumpsuit with a yellow wristband.
Record reflect the detective identified the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
Did you yourself later interview the defendant?
I came in to speak to them a little bit and try to see what else they needed from the booking process.
And did that interview take place in the same location you described before?
It did in the jail, the booking area.
Did you record that interview?
It's automatically recorded.
Did you try to obtain that recording later?
Yeah, one of us, I'm sure, submitted a download request and it was downloaded and saved.
Were you able to review it?
I was.
was no technical malfunction of the recording?
Of the booking room area, there was not. Of the video room area, we've had complications in that room for quite a while.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Are you asking him about something other than 12?
Yes, you're on his interview. He interviewed him in under it, and there was an issue with the recording.
Okay, but he said that it was recorded.
I know, Your Honor, but I think he meant the booking successfully got recorded, but not his actual interview.
Okay,
Your Honor, that was not his testimony.
You can overhear a portion of the interview on the booking. So it is audio recorded on the booking. There wasn't just an independent recording of the interview room.
okay, the interview room must be adjacent to the booking room?
It
That
is.
is correct.
Okay, so let's start again with the interview in the interview room, okay? Questioning, go ahead.
As for your interview of the defendant after he was booked, were you able to obtain a recording from the camera in the interview room?
Correct.
You were.
Yes, there was a short portion that was recorded while we were in the video room is what you're referring to, as we're walking into the booking area.
Was that recording saved as a booking video from the booking room?
It was.
Is the recording you're referring to the correct camera in the same room you interviewed him in?
It's not.
Okay, it's a different one that just happened to overhear the room you're in?
Correct, because the camera is in such close proximity to the video room, you can hear the conversations that are normally going on in that video room.
And how long have you known the defendant? In years, would you say?
That was, I worked in the jail 2004-ish, 4 or 5. I wouldn't say I know him the entire time, but I knew him when I was in the jail, and then I know we ran, his name came up in some other investigation, or I shouldn't say investigation, in some other incidents that were attained in East Lake.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant recognize you
Yes,
when you met him at the jail?
yes.
And earlier you mentioned that.
Well, wait. How does he know the defendant recognized him?
How do you know the defendant recognized you?
We had conversations about our time back in 2004 when I was a corrections officer in the jail and he was an inmate.
And roughly what was that conversation about?
I remember asking him how long he's been, and we spoke about, I recall that, back in 2004 or early 2000s, his family owned a grocery store of some sort down in like the 140th area. So I brought that up for a little bit. He brought up a name of an inmate that was in the same pod with him, and it kind of sparked some memories for me. And so we just had some general conversation about, I guess, back in the day, you would say.
Showing defense counsel some more to State's Exhibit 1A.
What exhibit is it?
1A, Your Honor. You look at State's Exhibit 1A.
Okay.
Do you recognize that disc?
Audio files. I'm assuming it's from our jail, looks like.
Can you recognize it?
It's a State versus Andrew Nix. It was signed off by 91. It says audio files.
Have you previously ever listened to a recorded phone call between SA 91
I have?
and Thomas Sutton,
Yes.
as well as an unknown man?
Yes.
And you listened to that?
I did.
And could you recognize who the person who received the call's voice was?
Yes.
And who was the person who received the call's voice?
Objection, Your Honor. He was not a party to the phone call. Every statement on there by anyone that he didn't witness is by definition hearsay. And if the state is asking the court
Well,
to
he's
accept.
not, Mr. Hurd is not asking him to testify as to the truth of what's in the phone call. He's asking him as to whether, from his previous encounters with Mr. Nix, he recognizes that voice, the voice to be that of Mr. Nix. That's what he's asking, right?
Your Honor, he's asking the court to accept as evidence the phone call and to identify my client as a party to said phone call based on.
Not the phone call. He's asking me to accept as true the fact that Detective Korun can say that that was Mr. Nix on that phone call, not whether what he said was true or not true, just that it was him based on his previous encounter. I mean, doesn't that go to, isn't that a weight issue of whether I'm supposed to
Well,
accept beyond a reasonable doubt that the voice on that phone call is Mr. Nix by virtue of Detective Korun's encounters with him 20 years ago, right?
that was going to be the second part of my objection, Your Honor, is that I don't believe they've laid a sufficient foundation to allow him to authenticate a voice that he hadn't heard in 20 years retroactively is.
But that's a weight issue, right? I mean, that's not an admissibility, that's a weight issue.
Your Honor, I just point out, I also on direct handed that this to Special Agent 91. And
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that. Okay, but that's a different issue. Okay? The issue is whether Detective Korun can identify that voice on that phone call of being Mr. Nix based on the time they spent together, so to speak, in 2004 and 2005. That's the issue, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I want them to.
So that's the reason
Yes.
for that testimony, and that's a weight issue and not an admissibility issue. So I'll overrule it. You can go ahead and answer.
I've moved to Mid-States Exhibit 1A, Your Honor.
Well, let's hear what he has to say before I admit anything. Okay, he listened to it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you can ask him about it. I'm not gonna, if he already listened to it, we don't need to admit it for him to testify. So I'll decide whether it gets admitted after I hear his testimony.
When you listen to that phone call, can you describe what you heard?
Well, I'm not gonna let him talk about the conversation
Okay.
itself. I don't care about the conversation, okay?
Can you identify the voice of the person receiving the phone?
Yes,
How can you identify it?
based on past times that I've spoken to and known Mr. Nix, I can identify that voice as Mr. Nix.
How many separate conversations would you estimate you've had with Andy Nix?
7 days.
Are you talking about in the 2004, 2005 timeframe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Back when I was a corrections officer, I'm going to say thousands. That's a hard, how many days, he could have bored or anything like that, or in the gym. I'm going to go with it being 1,000 times, and then a few times in East Lake.
And those few times were the day he was arrested, you spoke to him again?
And before.
Objection.
Overruled.
I move to admit State's Exhibit 1A, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit it over the defense objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, it's already admitted, isn't it? Didn't we admit it before?
No.
1B was admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
I'm going to play State's Exhibit 1A.
Friday, June 17, 2022, time 14 hours, SA 91, Detective Monk, CI 1365. Calling is going to be a controlled call to Dre, phone number 440-241-3338, to discuss the purchase of $100 of crack cocaine for control by number 1 in East Lake, Lake County.
Hello. Dre, you busy? Hello, what's up? I need $1. You need me over at McDonald's? You need what? $1. All right, here I come. Yeah, I'll call you in a minute. All right, but how long? Yeah, no number 15, 20 minutes, right? Not even that. Okay, I'll see you a little bit. Yeah.
State's Exhibit 1A in its entirety. entirety, again, did you recognize whose voice was that received that call?
I did.
And through your training experience, do you understand what need a dollar means?
I do.
What does that mean?
It's street slang for a gram.
And a gram of cocaine?
Typically.
And how much usually does a gram of cocaine cost?
I couldn't answer that accurately.
Are you aware of the defendant having?
Drew, they called him that, you know, in the corrections days, Nix,
Did he ever go by Dre?
not that I recall.
No further
No,
questions.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no,
sorry,
no.
Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right, if we could just have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. This is the prior case. That go around. You can ask his prior dealings with stuff. He would have like documented phone number of the person because here it has son's phone number. And then it states exhibit 11B. It also has his phone number. Okay. So what you have to do is you're going to ask him about it and then refresh his recollection with that person. And then he can reference 11B and say what phone number was associated with Tom. It states exhibit 11B. And his identity that call approximately around the same time. You got
Were you ever involved in any investigations that Thomas Sutton was involved in April 2022?
Are you referring to the search warrant?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you write any police reports or supplemental reports as to that investigation?
I did.
And would the police report that you wrote or contributed to supplemental report refresh your recollection as to Thomas Sutton's number?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustain.
One moment. From your prior dealings with Thomas Sutton in April 2022, would you have documented any phone numbers he gave you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
And as you sit here today, have you the opportunity to read, review the police report that you wrote and look at the phone number of Thomas Sutton that assists you in refreshing your recollection as to his number?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you previously know Thomas Sutton's phone number?
Objection, he's already testified he doesn't know it.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
Did you previously know Thomas Sutton's phone number
Yes?
and you wrote it down?
Yes?
And the document which you wrote it down in, would that represent the number you previously knew?
Yes?
Objection.
Overruled as to the process of refreshing the recollection, but wait a minute, I'm not yet, I'm not done yet. What's the, before I let him refresh his recollection, what's the relevance of Thomas Sutton's phone number at this point?
It matches the phone number in State's Exhibits 11A through B that the contact Tom is listed next to.
Okay, what 11A and 11B are not admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an effort to try to show why these exhibits are relevant and connect Tom with the correct number that he had in April 2022. This happened 2 months later in June 2022.
All right, go ahead and hand him the document that you believe will help him refresh his recollection.
If I may, the detective has already testified that he was provided the number that he called it from his own phone. It was provided by a third party.
Provided in June.
Correct.
22. Now this question goes, the nature of this question is an investigation regarding the search warrant of April in 22 and whether, I presume that somewhere the answer is going to be that Detective Korun wrote down the number of Sutton when they searched his house, and that's in there. Okay.
And Your
So
Honor,
that's separate and apart from June of
if that
22.
number was provided to Detective Korun by Mr. Sutton, then that's still hearsay.
Okay. No, not in that instance. It's not. Okay. So go ahead.
Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed as to what Thomas Sutton's number was in April 2022?
It is.
What was it?
796-7143,
And
440 area code.
440 area code?
Correct.
I'm going to hand you again just 11A through 11B. What number is listed under the contact Tom in State's 11A?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
440-796-714. Correction, it's 1-440-796-7143.
And that's the same number that Thomas Sutton gave you in April 2022?
Correct.
So we would admit State's Exhibit 11A would be.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
This is a complete
overruled.
bootstrap.
They're admitted. I mean, Mr. Crook, look, you make your record, okay? You don't have to, the record's not gonna, it's not gonna show up that you're shaking your head every time a ruling doesn't go your way, so stop shaking your head, okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor.
All right?
Putting up on the screen, State's Exhibit 11A. Could you describe what we're looking at here?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. He already covered all of that.
No. It's admitted, so testify as to the admitted exhibit. You can answer the question.
It's
What?
the
Go ahead.
it's the call log from the Alcatel flip phone, and it has Tom at 12:41 p.m. with the number 2, signifying 2 phone calls made around that time.
Would that mean that both phone calls were made at 12:41 p.m. or the second one?
I believe the old flip phones go by the later call is documented. You have to open up that when the first one was documented.
And is this a call received, not an outgoing call?
Correct. Arrow into the phone, meaning received.
And now we're going to look at 11B. Oh, sorry. So sorry. And are these the two calls that you were referencing earlier in 11A?
Correct.
And what was the duration of the second call?
9 seconds.
41.
9 seconds.
What about the duration of the first call, 12:16 p.m.?
25 seconds.
Is this consistent with the by bus operation on June 17th, 2022, the timing?
Objection, foundation.
It is.
And you also mentioned earlier, I'm going to take this down, that you did.
Do you have 11A and 11B sitting there?
I do not, sir.
Let me see 11A and 11B. Okay, go ahead.
We discussed the statements you overheard the defendant say to Breonna Fawcett. Did you overhear, or excuse me, during your interview with him, did he make any statements as to any of the drugs that were found?
You're referring to the time in the booking room?
Yeah.
He did. He claimed he'd take all responsibility for anything that was located in the car. I recall him saying that it was on the passenger side.
Are you talking about the booking video we saw before?
No, this is not on.
All right, I don't know what you're talking about, okay? You referenced the booking room, and I saw him say something, meaning Mr. Nix, to Detective Fawcett in the booking room. So if I don't start getting some clarity about who said what and where they said it, who overheard what, then I'm not gonna listen to it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. So the first conversation with Breonna Fawcett you just overheard. And then you.
What conversation with Fawcett?
The one, State's Exhibit 10,
Okay,
that clip.
okay.
And then you interviewed the defendant again.
Spoke to him in the booking room?
Yes. Excuse me, it was State's Exhibit 12 was the Breonna Fawcett clip that we played.
Yes.
And then we haven't seen any recording of this other conversation when you interviewed the defendant.
We have not yet, no.
When you interviewed the defendant, did he make any other statements to you about any of the found drugs?
He did.
What did he say?
When was this interview? When was this interview?
Approximately how long after was the interview that you did with the defendant after that clip we saw where he's talking to Breonna Fawcett?
I'm approximate 20 minutes. By the time the booking process was complete, I came in to see if they needed anything additionally, any assistance with Mr. Nix. And I walked into the booking room and he was seated on a bench and we were having a conversation.
And this is the same day that he was arrested and the
Correct.
alibi happened?
Shortly after his booking process.
And what statements did he make?
All right, now see, I still don't know where this takes place because I've heard there was an interview room adjacent to the booking room where there was no film, but the voice was overheard in the booking room. Now he's saying it was in the booking room where the interview took place. I don't know, I don't have the slightest idea. If my life depended on it, I couldn't tell you where the interview took place.
Okay. I apologize for that.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw what Mr. Nix said to Detective Fawcett. Korun said he was standing in the doorway threshold of an adjacent room and heard that, okay? Right?
Yes.
Okay,
What room would you call this?
the booking room. That's the booking room. I know that, right?
And what room did you interview the defendant?
I spoke to him in the what we call the video room. Special Agent 91 interviewed him in the video room.
So you overheard Special Agent 91's interview of the defendant?
I did.
You didn't interview him?
I did not interview him one-on-one, no.
Okay. What conversation did you overhear? What did you overhear the defendant say to Special Agent 91?
as I was entering the jail area again, through the video, from the female hallway, which is basically adjacent to where you walk in, through the video room, which is directly adjacent to this room, into the booking room, I heard the ending portion of Special Agent 91's interview with Mr. Nix. And I was coming in to see if they needed assistance before they brought Mr. Nix back into that booking room, sitting just about where he is sitting currently.
What did you hear the defendant say?
When he came in, we made some conversation about the jail and back in those days, and then he made the comments of he's willing to accept responsibility for anything that was in that vehicle and anything that we had to do with that day, telling me that everything was on the passenger side.
No further questions.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, let's start with Mr. Nix's voice. You last had regular contact with Mr. Nix in 2020, yes? Or sorry, excuse me, 2004, 20 years ago.
Regular contact, correct.
Okay. And that was the last time you had regular contact with him, correct?
Regular contact, yes.
Right. You would agree with me that Mr. Nix's voice is not particularly high-pitched, is it?
No, it's not.
And it's not low, is it?
It's not, no.
Okay. It's an average male voice, yes?
Average tone.
Yeah, there's nothing to distinguish it as far as the actual level of his voice, so to speak. It's not high, it's not low, it's average.
Tone, correct.
Okay. Now, as far as identifying Mr. Nix's voice, you were not asked to do that till right before this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
There's nothing in your report whatsoever that talks about, I knew his voice back in 2022.
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that 1A, the audio call to the defendant, 1, you were not there when that happened?
Correct.
Number 2, the number that was called, allegedly, was provided to you by a third party, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have no direct personal information of what number Tom called?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play 1A quickly, Your Honor.
2022, time now is 12:14 hours.
Would you agree with me that there's a lot of reverb in that?
Yes.
Big time echo?
Yes.
Okay. You've obviously had had conversations with SA 91 before, correct?
Yes.
That doesn't sound like SA 91's voice sounds when you talk to him in person, does it?
No.
Sounds more nasal
Yes, good way to describe it.
and echoey.
Say that again?
And echoey.
Yes.
So it sounds higher pitched, nasally, and echoey.
Correct.
All right.
SA 91, Detective Monk, CI 1365. Song is going to be a code call to Dre, phone number 440-241-3338, to discuss the purchase of $100 of crack cocaine for patrol by number 1 in East Lake County.
Okay.
No, what's up? No, what's up?
All right. That was about 3 seconds, right?
Yes. 20, yes, 3, 4 seconds.
What is?
The most recent voice
Yes,
to Mr. Andrew Nix.
okay. At 32, would that sound right?
Sure.
Okay. Speaking between 35 and 36,
Yes?
okay? So, we'll be generous and say that Mr. Nick started, or the person you're saying is Mr. Nick started speaking at 35, at 39, which is where we are now. We're back to whoever's on the other end of the phone call, right?
Correct?
So that's 4 seconds, right?
Okay.
Seconds, right?
Okay, yep.
At most, Mr. Nick spoke for seconds.
Fair, that's fair.
Okay. There's a question of context here, and this is what I'm going to ask you. You've done search warrants before, right?
Yes?
And when you do a search warrant, you swear an affidavit out to a court of law, right?
Yes?
Okay. You've got those 11 seconds without any past context. Would you be comfortable swearing to a judge that I know the voice on the other end of that line is Andrew Nix, based on those 11 seconds without knowing what you already know?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, I
Hold
kind of
on.
lost that too at the last point.
Wait, let me, ask that again, because I'm not sure what you're,
Fair enough, Your Honor, I'll try to rephrase. Okay, we have 11 seconds of audio that you've testified that you can identify based on those 11 seconds, it's Andrew Nix. Okay. If you were given that audio without knowing that Mr. Nix was arrested, just called a wiretap, that was the 11 seconds you had on a wiretap, and you were going to ask a judge for a search warrant, would you feel comfortable swearing under oath that you know, based on those 11 seconds alone, that it is Andrew Nix's voice, and ask a judge to issue a warrant based on that?
And just to clarify, I know no other information about this other than just hearing that voice?
Just that voice.
No, I would not feel comfortable.
And in your professional experience, did judges grant warrants based on 11 seconds of audio of someone you'd spoken to regularly 20 years ago?
Could you ask that again, please?
Okay. Based on your experience in issuing warrants and asking judges to, or preparing warrant requests and asking judges to issue them, would you expect a judge to issue a warrant based on 11 audio and your positive identification of someone you last spoke to regularly 20 years ago?
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained.
To be clear, Mr. Nix said, I will take responsibility for whatever's in the car, correct?
Correct.
He didn't say, it's mine. He said, I'm responsible for it. I'll take responsibility.
In the video, I know it was worded, and I don't want to misquote it without hearing it. There was more than just, I'll take responsibility for it. Whatever happened, or however he said it, but he said something to the effect of, anything that happened today is mine. Which led me to assume, if I can answer, that he was taking responsibility for the entire event of the day. Anything that happened, if we could play that clip, there was more. It wasn't just only a, I'll take responsibility for what's in the car.
Okay. The entire interview from the video room was not preserved, correct?
From the video room, correct.
All right, okay. What's the video room? Is the video room the booking room, or is it a different room than the booking room? Somebody enlighten me.
Your Honor, the video room sits directly next to the booking room. It's
Okay.
a small room.
It's got its own camera.
It's got its own camera.
Okay, go ahead.
So there was an entire discussion between my client, correct?
Correct.
You observed that discussion, correct?
Portion of it, yes.
Portion of it. The purpose of having that discussion in the video room was to preserve the statements of both SA 91 and my client, correct?
Reasonably, yes.
Okay. Those were not preserved.
I couldn't answer. I don't know if they had a recording device or anything else, but
Well,
they weren't preserved by the video in that room.
that's, and I should have been more clear. That video is supposed to save and then be available for everybody, correct?
Correct.
It's not.
I don't believe so.
Do you know what happened to that video?
I do not.
The only reason you've ever had the phone number for a gentleman named Tom Sutton was because he gave it to you, correct?
Aside from what I had access to in our police files? So I guess,
What I'm asking you is you testified in April of 2022 that you learned Mr. Sutton's phone number.
yes,
You learned that because he told you, correct?
he gave me the phone number.
And that phone number that you called from your phone, that was provided by a third party, correct?
You're speaking of the video with the flip phone and the, yes, correct.
Yeah, you actually, someone gave you a number and you dialed that number in
Correct,
to see where it would ring.
yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, neither you nor anybody else did a sweep or search of Mr. Sutton's residence on June 17, 2022, correct?
The day of the,
The day we're talking about, yes.
correct. I have no knowledge that anybody did.
Were you aware that Mr. Sutton was left unattended in his residence after he left Eastlake Police Department?
I was not.
Okay. You've been working narcotics for about 15 years, give or take? At least.
It was a little short, yes, a little less than that.
Okay. Proper procedure is to ensure that once the CI has been frisked to determine there's no contraband on him, is to make sure he does not leave your observation, correct?
Typically in most situations, correct?
Mr. Sutton was well known to be a habitual crack user, yes?
I don't know how often he used crack. I know he did. If you want me to guess, I
The
would.
search warrant that you executed was back in April, correct?
Correct,
And that's what led to him working for you?
correct.
Okay. Between April and June 17th, to your knowledge, no one checked to see if there's any other crack cocaine in that house, did they?
Correct.
And in April, crack cocaine was found in that house that belonged to Mr. Sutton.
Yes. During search warrants, which are, yes.
Okay. You testified that you pulled out at Reeves and took a left onto Lakeshore and was trailing my client, correct?
No, sir. I drove across Lake Shore into the yacht club because I knew it was going to be a right-hand turn if he was going to go by me or straight through on Reeves Road. I knew that the right-hand turn would be easier to make than going across traffic on a red light.
you started on the south side of Lake Shore, moved across the street.
Yes, sir.
Then your testimony is that you picked up my client's tail, yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Not directly behind him, though. There's a car separating us.
okay, so car that you believe to be the target car, unrelated car, your car, 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
Okay. You said that you got caught at a traffic light at Route 91, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when did you see Sergeant Frank pull into a tail position? He would have to have pulled in front of you, correct?
From the police station, correct.
Okay.
He pulled out from the police station, but he was ahead of me.
All right, so, and I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll go to the order. When did you observe, in relation to don't want to demote him, Sergeant Frank, Officer Eden, pull in?
Officer Eden was farther Erie Road, pulled out of, there's a, we call it like a small store on the south, that would be the southeast corner of Erie Road. I can't recall if he pulled out of that southeast corner lot or if he did a U-turn. There's a street just east of that. I can't recall if he did a U-turn or he pulled out of that lot, but it was around that area where he got behind the vehicle.
Okay. So, when Officer Eden joined the tail at Erie Road,
He was, I believe, the first one to get, unless you're speaking of me as well.
well, I'm just trying to get an idea where the cars are.
Sure.
Target car? Is Officer Eden, is there any cars between him and the target car?
No, he would be the next one in line.
Next one in line. Then.
The
car
unknown that I believe, and I can't say to a degree of great certainty, but I believe it was a special agent vehicle. I don't know his special agent number.
Okay, so special agent vehicle, and then you?
I believe just by the way the radio traffic was coming over, and then me, yes.
Okay. And then did Sergeant Frank pull in front of or behind of Detective Eden?
I can't recall. I don't know because as we were pulling up and the lights are turning, I didn't want to activate my lights on my undercover vehicle, so I stopped at the red light. So I'm not sure if Officer Eden or Sergeant Frank were in front of each other. I don't know who, I can't say with certainty who was in front of who.
Okay. Here, no one had identified the license plate on that car before it was stopped.
Correct.
No one called over the radio with the license plate number.
I don't recall if anyone called it over once they were closer, but I know that we didn't initially know what the plate was.
Okay, so the plate was unknown. All right, so you identified it as a beige Toyota, correct?
Yes?
Okay, and what would you identify as the source of the information that it was a beige Toyota? Where did you receive that information?
From one of the special agents, letting me know that the purchase was completed and it was heading westbound on Lakeshore.
Was that SA 91?
I can't say with certainty that it was SA 91. I know that there was some traffic being given at that time about who's where and which way the car is going to go and alternate routes that it could take, such as Reeves Road.
Okay. All right, so in your report, do you recall stating that it was a gold-colored Toyota, not beige?
If it's in the report, yes, I could.
Okay. All right. So Eden, Fawcett, and Frank were all there before you pulled in, correct?
Eden, Fawcett, and Frank, yes, we're with the vehicle. As I circled around and came, yes, you're correct.
Okay. Did both Eden and Detective Frank make the traffic light that you got held up at?
I would believe so because I believe I was the only one that stopped at that light, knowing that the car was going to continue to be followed regardless of where it went. So I believe they both made that light.
Okay. And you testified that the doors were already open and the search was already underway by the time you arrived, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason given for the search was Officer Eden's canine alerted?
Matt Neath, Officer Neath's, he's a Willoughby officer. I don't know what I'm not sure what reasoning they gave anybody about what the search was going. As I pulled in and waited, I saw the search being conducted. I don't know what was given to anyone as a reason. I sat in my car. I was in a unmarked black SUV.
All right. Do you recall testifying a little earlier today that Officer Eden is a canine officer?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall saying you saw Officer Eden's canine dog on the scene?
I do not.
Objection, Your Honor.
He doesn't recall it. I don't recall it either, but it doesn't really matter. It's in the record, one way or another.
All right. To be clear, in prior investigations of trafficking on Lakeshore Boulevard, which you were involved in, the two target vehicles were a big Honda van and a black Navigator, correct?
You're referring to the search warrant and what we're looking
I'm
for?
referring to the investigation in the month and a half, 2 months before that of heavy trafficking around Lakeshore Boulevard in that area.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. The flock camera photos that you referenced in your report, those were collected after the fact, right?
Yes.
So there was no flock camera that you didn't,
A current photo is what you're
there
getting?
was no current photo of them pulling up that you already identified that they're on the way in, that's our target. It was all after the fact.
Correct.
Do you know where Patrolman Neath, was stationed?
I do not.
You testified that Frank, Eden, and Fawcett were there when you arrived, correct? You
Yes.
did, but you did not identify Officer Neath as having been there at that time, correct?
Correct. I don't pull in or how we got there.
Okay. So, just quick summarize. You don't know what the contents, you didn't know what the contents of the call were at that time when it was made, if there was whatever controlled call may have been made.
Okay.
Weren't there for that. You did not observe any alleged transaction.
I did not.
Somebody mentioned a gold or beige, or I believe pewter was brought up at one point, colored vehicle, yes?
Toyota?
Toyota. And then you drove up and saw them, that they were already searching.
When I pulled up, yes, at this traffic stop, yes.
No more questions, John?
Redirect?
When you're assisting other police agencies, do you ever share information with each other?
Yes,
Do you share phone numbers with each other?
often.
Over the course of a year, if you could, how many phone numbers would you estimate you write down in different police departments?
Objection. I don't see what the relevance is. He's already testified that he was given the number by Mr. Sutton. It's either hearsay or it's not. I don't know.
Well, it may or may not be, okay, but what's your response? Mr. Hurd.
Your Honor, it goes to the reasonableness of him not remembering perfectly a number that was given him in April, since he's given some.
Sustained.
On the day of the controlled buy, what was your role with Thomas Sutton?
To conduct a controlled purchase of any narcotic with the Lake County Narcotics Agency for him and his benefit to not file charges against him that were during the search warrant.
Were you the officer primarily responsible for him and his location?
I was not.
Were you tasked with obtaining the drugs after the sale from Mr. Sutton?
I was not.
On the date when you were following the gold Toyota, how much did the traffic light delay you by, would you estimate?
Tough to tell. I think they're normally about a minute, so I don't know what portion I caught, but probably most of that minute.
And approximately how much time would you estimate passed between you hearing over the radio that the controlled buy occurred and then the traffic stop occurring?
From the time the control purchase and the traffic stop, I'll estimate 3 to 5 minutes. I'm assuming that's a travel from McDonald's to where it's about 2 miles. Yeah, I'm going to estimate somewhere in 3 to 5 minutes.
No further questions.
Any recross?
Lakeshore is busier at lunchtime, isn't it?
Varies.
Well, you've got Circle K.
Thursday, Fridays are normally the busiest.
But in general, it's 91 at 10 o'clock in the morning. It takes you longer, generally at noon, to get from the same point A to the same point B.
It varies.
And your estimation on time is, it is just that, it's a guess.
Yes, it is, I guess.
Okay. And with regards to what times things happened, the actual times aren't indicated in the report, and actually the time of the report, it's got a date on there, but the time's 000000, correct?
That's something Records commonly does. I couldn't explain why.
So, for whatever reason, when police reports are prepared, we never get a time of when things started, stopped, or when they happened.
The only thing that would be added to that would be a CAD screen. There's a CAD log is done by the dispatchers, so I don't know if they add that, but that would be the only time that they would actually in for specific things. I know they do it for large incidents, however, headed by the narcotics agency, so I don't, it was something that we wanted to keep on the common band for the police department.
Understood. So, unless I did the times of the starts and stops, there would be no record of what time it actually occurred.
Correct.
Precisely. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, take a 10-minute break. Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record?
William Kubec?
Do you go by Bill?
Yes.
And where are you employed
At the Lake County Crime Laboratory.
What's your position there?
I am the Assistant Laboratory Director and the Supervisor of Chemistry and Toxicology.
How long have you worked for Lake County Crime?
I have worked there for a little over 11 years.
Have you held any other positions there before being made Assistant Lab Director?
Yes, I started as a forensic chemistry technician, and that was in October of 2013. I then was brought in full-time as a forensic analyst in 2014 in June, and I worked in that capacity until 2019 when I was promoted to Assistant Supervisor of Drug Chemistry, and then I was promoted to Supervisor of Drug Chemistry and Toxicology in December of 2019, and then in May I was promoted to Assistant Lab Director.
So that's 4 promotions?
Yes, I believe so.
What educational background do you have that qualifies you for the position you currently hold, Assistant Lab Director?
Yes, so I have 2 bachelor's degrees from Tiffin University. Is a Bachelor's of Criminal Justice in Forensic Science. The other is a Bachelor's of Arts in General Science that's focused in chemistry. And I also have a Master of Science in Pharmacy from the University of Florida, where I majored in pharmaceutical sciences with a concentration in forensic science.
When you first came on board as an employee at the Lake County Crime Lab, did you have to complete any training specific to the lab?
Yes, before I could work or complete casework, I completed a year-long in-house training program at the laboratory. I also completed a week-long training seminar with the DEA at their laboratory in Dulles, Virginia.
Do you have continuing education or training requirements for your position at the lab?
So the laboratory does not, they recommend that I complete continuing education. It's not something that I have to do, but I do have to complete continuing education for my certification.
Do you do any optional voluntary continuing education?
Yes.
Such as what?
I go to yearly seminars through MAFS, and I attend many continuing education opportunities as I can.
Did you say through MAPS?
MAFS, M-A-F-S.
And what does that stand for?
That's the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I am certified in drug analysis by the American Board of Criminalistics.
Is the Lake County Crime Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
What does it mean to be accredited?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that a laboratory can go through that enables the laboratory to show to its clients or the police agencies that they serve their commitment to quality and consistency.
Have you had an opportunity to testify in court in the field of drug chemistry before?
Yes.
In which courts?
I've testified in Lake County Common Pleas and Lake County Juvenile Court.
Was your testimony accepted as expert in those cases?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the procedure your laboratory employs when evidence is submitted to you for analysis?
Yes.
What happens when law enforcement or some other agency brings an item to the lab?
Yeah, the first thing that they do when they try to submit a piece of evidence is hand it over to our evidence custodians, who will then look over the piece of evidence to ensure that there are proper seals.
Objection, Your Honor. If we're talking, and I just want to be clear, there's already been a chain of custody issue raised. If we're talking about the admissibility of specific tests, unless what the procedure is doesn't in any way answer the question of what was actually done.
I presume he's talking about the procedure, and then we'll talk about what he did in this case, so go ahead.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can continue.
Sure. So the evidence custodians will look over the piece of evidence and make sure that there's a proper seal. If there's not a proper seal, then they will hand the evidence back over to the submitting officer, and at that point they have the decision to either fix the seal there and resubmit it at that time, or take it back to the police agency and submit it at a later time. Once the evidence is accepted, the evidence custodians will then create an electronic case file in our LIMS system, which is our Laboratory Information Management System. They will take all the information off of the submission form, create this electronic case file, and then print off barcodes that are unique individual identifiers for each piece of evidence that belongs in the case. They will attach those pieces of evidence or those barcodes to the pieces of evidence, and then create a physical case file, which is a notification to the disciplines that are requested for testing to enable them to know that testing is requested. The evidence custodians will then take the evidence and transfer it from their possession into our locked evidence cage where it awaits testing.
And that locked evidence cage, who has access to that?
All the employees of the crime lab.
How do you access that locked room?
Yeah, so the locked evidence cage is actually inside of a locked room, a locked area, secure area of the laboratory. So you first have to put in a PIN code to get into the locked room, and then you have to put in another code to get into the locked evidence cage.
And when outside agencies submit any evidence to the crime lab, is there any type of report created as to chain of custody?
Yes.
And does that chain of custody report memorialize what evidence is submitted and by who?
Yes.
And how are you notified when there's an evidentiary item for you to analyze?
Yeah, as I previously mentioned, that physical case file is put into bins that are associated with each section, and we will go through and when we're ready for testing and just take the next case in order.
How many items would you estimate you've tested for the presence of controlled substances over the course of your employment?
Over my career, thousands.
And how do you begin analysis on an item?
The first thing I will do is retrieve the evidence from the locked evidence cage. I will bring it back to my station and transfer it into my possession. I will then check, I will recheck to ensure that the seals are still intact. And if they are, I will continue with my examination. I will then initial and date the packaging before I open it. I will open the evidence, inspect it, describe it on my worksheets, and then I will find a net evidence itself. So that's the weight of the actual substance without any packaging associated with it. I will then proceed with, if it's a solid piece of evidence, I will proceed with FTIR analysis, which is Fourier Transform Infrared Spectroscopy. Once that's completed, I will then take another sample of the evidence and place it in a vial for GCMS analysis, which stands for gas chromatography mass spectrometry.
Do you have a procedure to ensure your testing weighing instruments are working properly?
Yes.
What do you do?
Yeah, we have a quality control testing or procedure that in checking the calibration of the instrument or of the balance before we use it. This consists of taking 4 weights that are calibrated and of known quantity and placing them on the balance and ensuring that the balance reads out to an acceptable window or previously determined criteria. If it does not meet the criteria, that balance cannot be used, and we will then go to another balance.
Do you have a testing procedure to ensure the FTIR instrument is working properly?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Yes, we will perform quality control on the FTIR. This consists of ensuring that the instrument is working properly when it comes to the energy that it uses to perform its analysis, making sure the energy is similar to what it was the last time we used the instrument. And then we will ensure that the instrument can identify a reference standard. And again, if it does not identify the substance or the reference standard, or the energy is not where it needs to be, we will take it down for service and we will not use the instrument.
And are you testing against known drug samples?
It's not a known drug sample, but it's a reference material.
And then you said you use another instrument, the GCMS?
Yes.
How do you ensure, is there any procedure to ensure that's working properly?
Yes, we run a quality control for that instrument as well. We run a test mix that contains 6 individual drugs that are in one liquid. We run that on the instrument and ensure that it separates out all components of that mixture. And then we run a tune on the mass spec, which ensures that it's operating as it should.
Is the mass spec the MS and GCMS?
Yes.
What do you do with items after your testing is completed?
After we're all finished with testing, we will reseal the evidence, and then we will transfer it into the in the locked cage.
Do the practices you utilize conform to generally accepted scientific principles?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the Lake County Crime Lab receive evidence from Lake County Narcotics Agency regarding Andrew Nix?
Yes.
Was that evidence submitted through the process that you described earlier?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 4, which has previously been admitted into evidence. You do not have to open it up fully, so no need for gloves, but do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is evidence item 1 from case number 22-0699 from the Lake County Narcotics Agency.
And how do you see your writing anywhere on that?
Yes, I have my initials are on the seals on this piece of evidence, as well as my initials and the date from when I opened the package.
Are there any unique labels or barcodes like you mentioned before on that item?
Yes, there's one right here.
And you're pointing at the front of the evidence, State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And did you test the items contained in State's Exhibit for the presence of controlled substances?
Yes.
Did you memorialize your findings in a report?
Yes, I did.
And are your findings subject to peer review prior to being put actually into a report?
Yes.
Who does that review?
Another analyst in the controlled substances section that has been competency tested in the techniques that were used to analyze this piece of evidence.
Showing defense counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 14B.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Objection, Your Honor. If they're not going to submit it into evidence, then there's no reason to present them with a document.
Overruled.
What is it?
This is a copy of the report that I generated for this case.
Is that an fair, accurate copy of the original?
Yes, it is.
Where is the original document of your report, your drug analysis report?
The originals are maintained in electronic format, so they are housed at the laboratory in our LIMS system.
And does that report contain your findings after analyzing the evidence that was submitted to you?
Yes.
Thank you. What findings did you make as to State's Exhibit 4?
I found that evidence item 1 at 0.95 grams was found to contain cocaine.
And what schedule of drug is that?
It's a Schedule 2 drug.
And is there a subject person listed on our report?
Yes.
Who is that?
Andrew Nix.
And again, was your analysis, your drug analysis in that report done via the process you previously described?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's start with Exhibit 4. There were actually two different items that were submitted into evidence for testing, correct?
I'm not familiar with what item or evidence State's Exhibit 4 was.
Okay, so I'll start with this. On your report, the internal case number, which you assign an internal case number to every item that's tested, correct?
Correct.
So the internal case report is 22699, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that came out to less than a gram, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is Exhibit 4 still with him? Do you still have Exhibit 4, or has that been put back?
The only thing I have is the report.
It's up on the table.
are you familiar with a case number, and actually let me back up, because I think I need to establish a foundation for this. What year did you become the assistant lab director?
This year, 2024.
2024. Okay, and in 2019, you were made head of the chemistry section, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You know who Kimberly Gilson is, correct?
Correct.
Kimberly Gilson tested this before you tested it, correct?
That's correct.
Kimberly Gilson was terminated for violation of lab procedures, wasn't she?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that Kimberly Gilson had access and handled the same cocaine that you tested before you got it, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Stake isn't seeking to admit any evidence of the cocaine analysis that Kim Gilson tested. Anything he testifies about concerning Kim Gilson, he has no personal knowledge of. He wasn't involved in her firing. And the drug amount went down by 3/100ths, and it got retested. So this can stand on its own without Kim Gilson involved.
Your Honor, it goes to definitely to the weight of the evidence. I have not had a chance to investigate why Ms. Gilson, other than the fact it was for violation of procedures, was terminated. The issue of chain of custody has already been raised. Ms. Gilson obviously handled it, and equally obviously will not be here to testify as to what was done, whether it was the same one she put back. That definitely goes to weight. And also, I'll ask one follow-up, but based on the fact that she was performing the same type of test that he was, I'm going to assume that Ms. Gilson was under his supervision as part of his department when she conducted this test.
Okay, overruled. Go ahead.
Were you Ms. Gilson's supervisor?
Yes.
What was she terminated for? What particular violation of lab protocol?
She did not follow protocol when it came to confirming the identity of a substance in a different case. She also altered data.
She altered what?
She altered data in a different case.
Okay. And she altered data, I'm going to assume, to show a positive where there was not one?
No.
She actually went and hid a positive test?
Correct.
Okay. What drug was that?
That drug was cocaine.
If you come back with a negative test, what happens to the sample? If there's 5 grams of it, it does take 5 grams of test, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay. So what happens to a sample when it turns up as a negative test?
It would be reported as negative if it was negative.
What happens to the actual physical object?
The object is returned to the police department.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that at the initial intake procedure, if the evidence is not presented in a sealed container, that they will either send it back to the police to seal it and resubmit it, or reseal it directly at intake, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't one of the reasons for sealing the containers and maintaining control over the containers is to ensure that chain of custody is maintained?
That's correct.
Isn't another reason to do that to make sure it's not tampered with?
That's correct.
Isn't another reason to do is to make sure that there's been no substitutions?
That's correct.
Okay. With regard to exhibit number 4, the sample you tested was less than 1 gram, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You've been doing chemistry for, by my math, 20 years or more? And I'm talking professionally, not the undergrads or the masters.
It has been a little over 10, a little over 11
Okay, a
years.
little over 11 professionally, plus a master's, plus an undergrad.
Correct.
All right. So it would be fair to say that you is at this point.
Yes.
That amount that is in Exhibit 4, that's well more than a gram, isn't it? Based on your training and experience and handling of multiple instances of crack cocaine.
No, it's not.
That's not more than a gram?
No.
Okay. You are also, are you aware that there was a 6-gram sample submitted as well?
I am.
Okay. Is your testimony that that is not the 6-gram sample?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Do you still have exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Place that back right here. Did you review Kim Gilson's report in this matter?
I did, yes.
Did you notice any irregularities in her report?
No.
Was the data consistent with the data you found in your retesting?
Yes.
If you didn't notice any irregularities in her report, why did the crime lab choose to retest it?
We chose to retest the evidence in order to have someone be able to testify to the evidence. We did not have any suspicion that there was anything wrong with the evidence. We have to have somebody that can testify. So our procedures are evidence is resubmitted for retesting by an analyst who can be present to testify, and we move forward with the testing.
And the functional result is that it has to be retested, and some quantity of the drugs is going to be consumed in order to retest it.
Correct.
And usually, what amount of drugs is consumed when you have to retest it?
It depends on what type of testing is needed. In the instance of a solid substance, very small amounts, like the amount of a tip of a pencil, is needed for FTIR and for GCMS. So I would say anywhere between 0.05 grams, roughly, would be needed for testing.
So roughly 0.05 of a gram.
Yes. If I may, also,
Hold on. Wait for a question.
Are you aware that another baggie involved in this case was tested that weighed more than 6 grams?
I am aware that there was another piece of evidence, yes.
Were you involved in the testing of that baggie of suspected drugs at all?
Not in the testing, no.
No further questions.
Any recross?
You didn't observe Ms. Gilson when she went to the locker and pulled evidence for her test, were you?
No.
You didn't observe her unpack, break the seal and conduct a test, did you?
No.
You didn't observe her put whatever she put back in there and then replace it, correct?
Correct. Did not.
Okay. To be clear, what Ms. Gilson did was to falsify a test, yes?
In the other case, yes. Not in this case, yes.
Okay. Is that a crime?
Hold on. I'm not going to let you.
Objection.
I'm not going to let you get into that situation. I've let you question Mr. Kubec about Ms. Gilson as it relates to her duties and how it peripherally relates to this case, but that's as far as we go.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you. More
All right,
questions?
you may step down. Next witness.
Tyler Meter.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Meter
And where are you employed?
at the Lake County Crime Laboratory.
What is your position?
I am a forensic analyst.
How long have you worked at the Lake County Crime Lab?
A little over 6 years now.
And what educational background do you have that qualifies you for the position you currently hold?
I graduated from Mercyhurst University with a Bachelor's of Science in Applied Forensic Chemistry.
And when you came to the Lake County Crime Lab and first started there, did you have to complete some training specific to the lab?
Yes, once employed, I completed an extensive, roughly year-long training program that consisted of reading all of our procedures, all of our protocols, watching competent analysts do their and complete supervised casework, as well as being competency tested and proficiency tested.
Could you do any casework independently for that first year?
For that first year, I could not.
Do you have any continuing education or training requirements for your position at the
Ye-
Lake County Crime Lab?
Yes, I do continuing education annually.
And what does that entail generally?
Generally, that entails going to conferences, participating in webinars, going to different training programs that are offered.
Have you had an opportunity to testify in court before in the field of drug chemistry?
Yes, I have.
In which courts?
The Lake County Court of Common Pleas.
Has your testimony been accepted as expert in those cases?
Yes, it has.
How does suspected drug evidence eventually end up with you for a drug analysis test?
When drugs or evidence is submitted to the lab, a police agency will enter in the evidence through our lobby area. Our evidence custodians will accept the evidence in after they ensure that the piece of evidence is properly sealed and labeled. A case file will be created, and then each piece of evidence will be given an identifier that belongs within that case.
Is when evidence is submitted to your lab by police agencies or whoever, is that documented?
Yes, that is documented in the electronic chain of custody.
Chain of custody report?
Yes.
And how is that documented? How does data get logged into the chain of custody reports?
Data gets logged into the chain of custody reports via its unique barcode. Each analyst or whoever touches that piece of evidence will scan that barcode, enter in their unique PIN, and document the transfer and limbs. So at any point in time, that piece of evidence is known where it is at through the lab or who has it at any given time.
Are there particular staff at the crime lab who usually accept custody of evidence that's submitted to the Lake County Crime Lab?
Yes, our evidence custodians typically accept the evidence.
And where is the evidence to be tested stored at?
The evidence is stored inside of our locked evidence room, inside of our secure evidence cage.
Who all has access to that room? Any employee at the crime lab?
Just the laboratory employees have access.
And do you scan a card or you put a pin you get in?
We have a PIN code to get into the evidence room and then a PIN code on the evidence cage to get in as well.
Is that automatically logged as well? Who accesses the room for what?
The who accesses the room is not logged. However, when you retrieve evidence, that is logged.
Are you familiar with the procedure for releasing evidence back to agencies who request state testing?
Yes.
What's that like? What are the procedures for that?
When evidence from the lab is sent back, the analyst who completed analysis will seal up the evidence and then send the evidence back to the agency via their unique bin placed in our secure evidence room.
Why does the Lake County Crime Lab create additional labels for evidentiary evidence?
Labels are created so that we are able to identify each and every piece of evidence and we can track the transfers via our chain of custody.
And is there a barcode as well?
Yes.
Can you estimate how many items suspected of being controlled substances you've analyzed over the course of your career?
Over the course of my career, I've analyzed hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of evidence throughout my career.
And what would you do with a piece of evidence to be tested and analyzed if it wasn't sealed?
If the evidence was not sealed, I would highly document that and then relay that information to my direct supervisor and then the lab director.
Would you proceed with analyzing the substance?
Prior to their direction, I would proceed, or we would send that back to have it properly sealed. That would highly be documented. If it's not sealed, we would not test it.
You would not test it if it wasn't sealed?
Correct.
How do you begin your analysis on an item that comes to you that is sealed?
If the evidence item is sealed, I will go into the secure evidence cage. I will retrieve that piece of evidence. I will scan it into my possession via the unique barcode, and then I will proceed with my analysis.
What's the first step in your analysis?
The first step of the analysis is to, again, make sure that the barcode number on the evidence matches that case number, and again, make sure that that piece of evidence is sealed prior to analysis.
Do you weigh the item after that?
Yes, I will remove the evidence item from its packaging, only one evidence item per time. I'll remove all the packaging from the item, and then I will obtain a net weight of the item.
And do you have any procedure to ensure your weighing instruments are working properly?
Yes, prior to weighing any piece of evidence for the day, I will perform quality control on our balance to ensure that it is operating properly.
And what's the next step after weighing the items to be tested?
After obtaining the net weight, I will then IR analysis for your transform infrared analysis, infrared spectroscopy analysis, I'm sorry.
And do you have a procedure to ensure the FTIR instrument is working properly before you use it?
Prior to using it every day, I will also perform quality control to ensure that that instrument is operating properly.
Do you use any other instruments to test the item for the presence of drugs?
Yes, following FTIR analysis, I will perform GCMS analysis, gas chromatography, mass spectroscopy analysis, and prior to using that instrument, I will also perform quality control to ensure that that instrument is operating properly.
If the first instrument machine works at FTIR, why do you test it with the second instrument?
Per our policies and procedures at the Lake County Crime Laboratory, we double confirm any solid dose evidence, so FTIR and then GCMS for our double confirmation.
And what do you do with the items after your testing is completed of them?
After my testing is complete, I will put it into my secure evidence location. I will write down my findings in a report. Once the report is finalized, administratively reviewed and released, I will then seal the evidence and send it back to the agency.
Do the practices you utilize conform to generally accepted scientific principles?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the Lake County Crime Lab receive evidence from the Lake County Narcotics Agency concerning, East Lake PD concerning engineers?
Yes.
Lake County Narcotics Agency, was it from Lake County Narcotics Agency?
I believe it was from Eastlake, or I'm not sure for the.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your?
Yes, if I could reference my report, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Did you write, at the time you wrote your report, were you aware of what agency submitted the testing to the items to be tested?
Yes, and on the barcode, the case barcode, evidence barcode, it also says the police agency that submitted the evidence as well.
Your Honor, anyone wants to read that document enough? That document you just looked over, refresh your recollection?
That document was not the report
Oh,
that.
my apologies. One moment. Now, we'll show you correct words. And has your memory been refreshed as to which agencies submitted the items for you to test?
Yes.
In this case, what agency was that?
East Lake PD.
Okay. So I'm now going to hand you State's Exhibit A, 8. This has not been admitted to evidence yet. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
Could you please put on the gloves in front of you and take the item out? Also, how do you recognize that item initially?
I recognize this piece of evidence by the unique barcode as well as the date in my initials that are on the packaging.
And can you, did you test State's Exhibit 8 for the presence of controlled substances as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you follow the procedures you mentioned earlier as to weighing the item?
Yes.
What about as to using the FTIR machine?
Yes.
And did you also check to ensure your GCMS instrument was working properly?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to take it out any further than that.
Okay.
But do you recognize anything else about the packaging of the item?
Yes, so for all of the packaging, I will put the barcode, my initials, and date on everything that I owe time, so I'm able to ensure that this piece of evidence came from this outer packaging, and all of which was sealed prior to my analysis.
And after you analyzed State's Exhibit 8, did you reseal it?
Yes, I resealed it, and then I sent it back to the agency.
And did you memorialize your findings in a report?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, too many papers. And you to report, do you recognize that?
Which exhibit is that?
It will be State's Exhibit 14B. Is it 14B? Yeah, 14B.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I've brought up the prosecution that I was not provided with those specific identified exhibits prior to trial. They responded they would not be moving to admit those.
We're not seeking to admit it, and he was provided in discovery with this report.
Your Honor, I was provided a ton of information in this report, but I specifically mentioned, and I said to the prosecuting attorney, 13 and 14, you did not provide me with these specific marked exhibits, so I don't have to go looking all over the place for them, and they said they're not going to admit them.
Well, I'm not gonna let him admit them.
I'm not seeking to admit it.
Duly noted, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are your findings subject to peer review prior to being put into an actual report?
Yes, they are.
Who does that review?
Another competent analyst will do a technical review. A technical review consists of looking over all of my generated pages of data, all of my notes, all of my worksheets to ensure that I properly relayed what I had on my notes into my report.
And where is the original report? Is that the original?
The original report is stored in our LIMS, Laboratory Information Management System, electronically.
And why don't you keep the original report outside of the LIMS?
Any printed copy would be deemed uncontrolled, so we keep our controlled official document electronically stored in LIMS.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the original?
Yes.
And are there distinguishing numbers on that report, as you mentioned earlier, that identifies this case?
Yes, the unique case number and my initials are on this report.
Does that report contain your findings after analyzing the evidence that was submitted to you?
Yes, it does.
And what were your findings as to State's Exhibit B?
State's exhibit contained 6.62 grams net weight of cocaine.
And was your analysis done via the processes you previously described here today?
Yes.
State would move for admittance of State's Exhibit A, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, 8's admitted.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Please leave number 8 up there with him. I'm going to start with questions about that. The unique case number you made reference to, that's 222-000674, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if there was a retest reason, there would be a separate indication where it was signed out and signed back in, right?
Retest on the chain of custody, there would be, yes.
Okay. Would that be on the packaging as well? Would that be noted?
On the packaging, if this were a retest, another analyst date and initials would be on the packaging.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what the government has marked Exhibit 4. Can you tell me if there is a retest indicated on Exhibit 4?
I did not participate in the analysis of this item.
Understood. I'm just asking, there's no difference in procedures for retest between one case number and the next, though, is there? It's always indicated on the packaging, correct?
Not necessarily on the packaging, you would have to look at the report to see who released a separate report. However, based on what I see on this piece of evidence, it was opened by 2 different analysts on 2 different dates.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to keep you there for a second. Until you go and sign out the item for testing, you don't know, I'll say it this way. You don't have any direct interaction with any evidence until you go to sign it out for testing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So whether someone checked it in or not, whether it was sealed or not, you don't have any personal knowledge of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You only know what you did.
Yes.
All right. So you mentioned the importance of making sure it's sealed, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you would not test until, if you went to the drawer, pulled out whatever item you're supposed to test and saw the seal was broken, you would not test and you would report that to a supervisor, correct?
Correct.
And at your level, that would be heavily indicated on the report, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, to your knowledge, if a police department drops off an item for testing and it is not properly sealed, it never gets into the system, correct?
To my knowledge, it will not be accepted into the laboratory.
Okay, and the notes only start when something enters the laboratory, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
State rest, Your Honor.
All right, does the defense wish to present any evidence?
We will not be calling any witnesses, Your Honor, and I realize it's essentially the same standard, but I'd be remiss if I didn't make a motion for Rule 29 dismissal. There are serious gaps in the state of Ohio's case. We have misidentification by Sergeant Frank of the individuals in the vehicle and what they were wearing. We have hearsay problems scattered around this case like landmines. The individual who supposedly made the call and supposedly made the buy and supposedly provided the results of that buy, SA 91, is nowhere to be seen. We've got huge issues with regards to chain of custody of that, not only from the time that SA 91 received it backwards, but we've got chain of custody issues from the time Detective Frank put it in to evidence at Eastlake forward. We've got an issue with the testing and gigantic credibility / change of custody issue with regards to what happened when Ms. Gilson handled that. She was terminated for an act of dishonesty and for tampering with results. We have problems with the source of the information that led to the call of the phone. The objection which I will renew now regarding all statements made regarding the stop forwards. We have inconsistencies with regards to whether or not license plates were called out. We have inconsistencies on the color of the vehicle. There's not much that actually links up one-to-one here, Your Honor. I understand that on Rule 29 that the preference is given to the non-moving party, but there are huge pieces missing here, and they all center around the fact that the most important person to this case, the CI, is not here. So for those reasons, I will make, and I'll be brief on my Rule 29, I ask the court to dismiss.
Response?
The state has provided substantial evidence, competent evidence for this court to find sufficient to support a conviction on both counts. Sergeant Frank said the person was wearing red pants and a black shirt, which is correct. All of the arguments that defense counsel made go to weight, not to admissibility. His argument as to great gaps as the vehicle is sometimes calling it gold versus tan. I think at some point he said shooter. The defendant claimed that everything in the car was his. The transaction of his trafficking of cocaine is on video. All of the times line up. He got caught with the phone he made the drug deal on. And this case should go to the court for facts. And in the light most favorable to the state, there's absolutely enough evidence to convict the defendant on both counts. Thank you.
All right, based on the evidence in the applicable law, I'll overrule the motion for acquittal. And is the defense resting?
Defense is resting, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. You ready to close?
Your Honor, prior to closing, can I put one thing on the record? I just want to
Sure.
clarify something Mr. Cook said here in court. He had indicated that he did not receive state's exhibits, I believe it was 14A and 14B. That is inaccurate. Full discovery was provided to Mr. Cook back on the 10th day of October. It was the same day that he was appointed as attorney of record by this court. I believe what Mr. Cook was referring to was that today the state did not provide him again another copy of the same exhibits that were being marked and used at trial. I just wanted to clarify that full discovery had been previously provided to him. Thank you.
All right, I understood that to be what he was saying, that he didn't receive a 13 and 14B, I think. And that was the extent of it. You got the discovery, but you did not. That's what you were talking.
Yes,
You
Your
guys are
Honor.
talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah, the,
Okay.
the specific,
All
and the
right, that's-
specified, when he says 13A, I didn't even know
All
what
right,
it looked like.
that's what I understood, that's what I understood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let's reconvene in about 10 minutes, okay?
once to Special Agent 91, once to Detective Fawcett, and once to officers at the scene. In an effort to convince officers, he even states that the drugs were found in the door where he was seated. Perhaps nobly, he didn't want his fiancée to take the blame, who was also in the car. Now he attempts to shirk responsibility for his actions when faced with the consequences. But the defendant had knowledge. He had clear use and access to the door of the car where the cocaine was found right next to him and where he surely placed the cocaine. Court heard the booking clip. The defendant was adamant on video about what he's saying and that everything in the car was his. There's no hesitation on his part in admitting that everything in the car was his. And when he says that, obviously he is not referring to the radio in the car, not any legal items in the car. He's claiming the illegal items. He's claiming that the cocaine that he knew they were going to find in the car was his. And he told officers at the scene that they'd find anything they found in the car was his before the car had even been searched. As for count two, trafficking in cocaine, if a picture says 1,000 words, the video of State's Exhibit 1B says at least 10,000. We heard the phone call setting up the drug buy. The defendant was identified by his voice, by Detective Korun, as the person answering the call. We saw the video of the buy as it happened, both before and after the buy as well. We saw the still of a textbook hand-to-hand drug sale. And then and then the defendant was caught with more cocaine after his drug sale in the same clothes, sitting next to the same fiancée we saw in the CI's video, in the exact same gold Toyota Avalon that he just sold cocaine out of. The marked money found in his pocket matches all the serial numbers of the marked LCNA funds that were given to the CI. The cell phone that was seized from the defendant has call logs of the defendant as Tom. The times in the call logs and the evidence shown to the court match and are consistent with the controlled buy operation. And the defendant knowingly sold 0.95 grams of cocaine to Tom. The only thing that evidence demonstrates that he had no knowledge of was that he was unwittingly trafficking cocaine to a confidential informant, and that he was also about to get arrested. State would respectfully request the court return guilty of that verdict on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crook.
Your Honor, quite literally, this case starts with hearsay. It's not about what happened that day, it's about what evidence the court has to make a determination as to the weight of the evidence if it's beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of the two charges. There is no way that we can determine, one, SA 91 didn't have that phone number, didn't provide it. Nobody, in fact, had that number without it otherwise being given by a third party, and that statement is hearsay. The phone ring test, hearsay based. The admission of the call, hearsay based. The voice ID. The officer, to his credit, testified honestly that he would not be comfortable with just those 11 seconds of voice testifying or swearing a warrant out that I know who this is. If you tell me, hey, this is his voice, do you recognize it? Oh yeah, of course I recognize it. Yeah, I know him from way back when. There's nothing, testified, there's nothing unique about his voice. It's not high, it's not low. There's nothing in the phrasing. There's nothing there to work with in 11 seconds. It would in any way give credibility to a blind voice ID. Would renew my objection on the search already. One of the things that came out today was that from Detective Frank, that the second he got on the scene, that my client was already in custody. This is news to me. I don't believe there's been anything related to Miranda on that either. So I think there's an admissibility issue there. Chain of custody. Is I'm not going to go in detail. I already made the point during Rule 29, Your Honor. I have never heard of a CI who's a junkie, who's a drug addict, being left alone in the same house where they busted him for drugs and made him a CI, being left alone in there, and then left to go walk. That video shows, and it shows what it shows, and the answer is not a hell of a lot. Phone's down a lot. Phone is not facing hardly anything, which is horrible English, but the point remains. Barely see the person who they say is Tom. I don't know. You can barely see. You can't see my client's face. You can't see anything but the legs. To be clear, what Detective Frank testified to was white shirt, red pants, not black. And he also had black pants on the driver, which the video clearly shows is wrong. We got the CI himself, who miraculously didn't appear. He got his get out of jail free card, and he took the hell off. He had every reason to want to have a successful buy here, and that required turning over cocaine. What does that video show? It shows some wadded up hunk of something sitting in an African-American gentleman's hand. That's what it shows. It is. We can't tell from the video, and we don't know that wrapper was the same wrapper that was given to SA 91. There is an absolute lack of credibility. The fact that we've got the crack that is part of the trafficking was handled by someone that was terminated for procedures, and she was saw her handle it. No one knows what she did with it. We don't know. We do know that she was terminated for dishonesty. My client said he took full responsibility for what was found in the car. The video showed it. That much is true. However, he never takes responsibility and never admitted, and nobody testified that he admitted to trafficking. So the state makes a big deal out of I take full responsibility for finding the car. That's only one of two counts. That has no applicability to the trafficking. What we know is that a CI apparently made a phone call. The number came from the CI. We have no way of verifying, other than other people saying what that CI meant. And again, Your Honor, that is speculation. What he meant, the only person that can tell us what he meant is him, and he's not here. And again, Your Honor, the bottom line is there's so much that is out of either the control of law enforcement, that there's no evidence presented by law enforcement, or that they have no way of knowing, absent violation of the rules of evidence, i.e. hearsay, to say that they've met each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. The trafficking's got to go, Your Honor. They don't have enough. As far as the possession goes, the simple fact is we filed a motion to suppress. We were unsuccessful in that. That is what it is. But we've still got, even with that, Detective Frank says, I haven't seen this. I haven't looked at anything since the day I put that in the locker. We've got no link from the locker to the actual testing agent, who was the last gentleman to testify. I understand they describe what the procedure is, but there's no one to tell us. There's been no arguments as to any other reason why that information should be accepted, and we don't even know who the people are in the middle. That's got to count against weight, and it's got to count heavily. It's not the defendant's job to disprove things like chain of custody, to disprove things like reliability, to disprove things. I mean, the best evidence rule, to prove that they found it through other ways other than hearsay. It's the state's job. They did not meet their burden, so I'd ask my client to be found not guilty on both counts, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
The defendant doesn't need to have admitted to trafficking. We saw him on video traffic cocaine. The video speaks for itself. There were multiple officers on the scene observing what was going on, who saw him leave the McDonald's, who swiftly followed him, and then performed a traffic stop within 2 miles. Defense counsel wants you to believe that the CI planted evidence, but it's outrageous. It is much more likely that the man who just got caught with 6 grams of cocaine next to him and was seen on video selling a bindle of cocaine was the person who sold it. There was no lighter heard in the CI's video. You saw and heard how the CI was acting. It's not acting like someone who just smoked crack or was planting drugs. As immediately once he bought the drugs, he was nervous about having them and wanted to turn them over immediately. We saw the bindle of drugs in the video and in evidence which the state has given to the court. You will see a receipt next to the small bindle of cocaine which the defendant sold to Thomas Sutton. A phone test will always be hearsay, at least the video of it. Detective Korun testified about what he did. That's the best it can ever be. And the phone number that Detective Korun wrote down in April